That's the last green tea in the pack for today. Alright. Welcome back, where we are continuing where we left off. During Terry Pratchett's hold on. Where we left off during Alex Graham's read through for Terry Pratchett's Night Watch. We are on segment 7, half an hour in, 29 minutes, 0.03, just to get a quick recap of where we left off. And without any further ado, let's get back into the read while we go and help out fellow Tarnished.
He waited until he was well out of sight before taking a few random turns in the network of alleys. Then he stepped into the shadow of a deep doorway and felt in his mouth for the piece of pie that had seemed curiously unchewable even by pie standards.
This is where he
Usually, if you found something more than usually hard or crunchy in one of Dibbler's famous pork pies, the trick was to either swallow it and hope for the best, or spit it out with your eyes closed. But Vimes felt around between gum and cheek and fished out a folded piece of paper stained with unknowable juices. He unfolded it in smudged pencil, but still decipherable. It read, Morphic Street, 9 o'clock tonight. Password, Swordfish. Swordfish. Every bloody password is Swordfish. Whenever anyone tries to think of a word that no one else would guess, they always choose Swordfish. It must just be one of those strange quirks of the human mind. That explained the guilt, anyway. A plot, another damn plot, and a city full of plots. Did he need to know about plots? Anyway, he knew about this one. Morphic Street. The famous Morphic Street conspiracy. He pushed the greasy scrap into a pocket and then hesitated. Someone was being quiet. Overlaid on the distant street noises was a sort of hollow in the sounds, filled by careful breathing, and the hairs on the back of his neck were standing up. Quietly, he pulled the blackjack out of his rear pocket. Now, what were the options? He was a copper, and someone was creeping up on him. If they were a copper, then they were in the wrong, because he was a copper. If they were a copper too, they were one of Swing's crew, and therefore in the wrong because he was a better copper than them, and so were things floating in gutters. Therefore, delivering a swift bucket full of darkness had no obvious downside. On the other hand, thieves, assassins, and Swing's men, by all accounts, did a lot of creeping up on people and were probably pretty good at it. Whereas the person tracking him was keeping their back so close to the wall that he could hear the scraping. That meant they were probably just a member of the public with something on their mind, and he wasn't inclined to add several ounces of lead shot simply for that reason. He'd like to think he wasn't that sort of copper. He settled for stepping out into the alley and saying, "Yeah." The boy stared up at him. It had to be a boy. Nature would not have been so cruel as to do that to a girl. No single feature in and of itself was more than passably ugly, but the combination was greater than the sum of the parts. There was also the smell. It wasn't bad as such, it was just not entirely human. There was something feral about it. Said his pinched-up face. "Look, tell you what, mister. You tell me where you're going, and I'll stop following you. Have we got a deal? Cost you no more than a penny. It's a special price. Some people pay me a lot more than that to stop following them." Vimes continued to stare. The creature was wearing an oversized evening dress jacket, shiny with grease and greenish with age, and a top hat that must once have been trodden on by a horse. The bits that were visible between the two were regrettably familiar. "Oh, no. No. You all right, mister?" "No, ye gods, it had to happen, didn't it? You want I should go and fetch Mossy, mister?" Vimes pointed an accusing finger. You're Nobby Nobbs, right? The urchin backed away.
Aw.
Could be. So what? Is that a crime? He turned to run, but Vime's hand fell heavily on his shoulder. Some people might say so. You're Nobby Nobbs, son of Maisie Nobbs and Scholar Nobbs. Probably, but I ain't done nothing, mister. Vimes bent down to look into eyes that peered out at the world through a mask of grime. How about whizzing wipers, snitching tinklers, pulling wobblers, flogging tumblers, running rumbles? Nobby's brow creased in genuine puzzlement. What's pulling wobblers, then? Vimes gave him a similar look. Street parley had obviously changed a bit in 30 years. That's stealing trifles, small items, isn't it? Nah, mister, that's tottering Neville's, said Nobby, relaxing. But you ain't doing badly for someone who's new. What's Oil of Angels? Memory flicked a card. A bribe. And, a dimber? Said Nobby, grinning. Easy. Could be a head beggar.
He's learning.
Could just be a handsome man. Well done, but bet you don't know how to fleek a jade. Once again, from a dusty recess, a memory unrolled. This one stuck in your mind. Dear me, do you know that? What a shame in one so young. That is when you want to sell a broken-down horse. You have to make it a bit frisky in front of the punters. So you take some fresh, raw, hot ginger, lift up its tail and push the ginger. Gaw, said Nobby, suddenly impressed. Everyone says you're a quick learner. That's true enough. You could.
I don't know why Wasps calls it the ginger beer trick. I don't hear anything about no ginger beer yet.
The urchin held out a grubby hand. Some street language never changes. Vimes pulled out sixpence. It shone in Nobby's palm like a diamond in a chimney sweep's ear. One of them's a lady, he said and grinned. The hand stayed out. That was a bloody sixpence I just gave you, kid. Yeah, but I got to think of... Vimes grabbed the lapels of Nobby's greasy coat and lifted him up. He was mildly shocked to realise that there was practically no weight there. Street urchin, he thought. Urchin sounds about right. Spiky, slimy, and smelling slightly of rotting seaweed, but there's hundreds of them round here, clawing a living off the very margins, and, as I recall, Nobby was one of the sharpest, as trustworthy as a chocolate hammer. But that's okay. There's ways to deal with that. How much for you to work for me all of the time? I got customers to think of. Yeah, but I'm the one holding you up by one hand, right? With his oversized boots dangling a foot above the ground, Nobby considered his position. All the time? Right. For something like that, I've got to be looking at her lordship every day. $1. Guess again. $half? Not a chance. $1 a week. And I won't make your life the utter misery which, Nobby, I assure you I can do in so many little ways. Still dangling, Nobby tried to work all this out. So, I'll be kind of like a copper, right? He said, grinning artfully. Kind of. Number one suspect says it's a good life being a copper, because you can pinch stuff without getting nicked. He's got that right. And he says if anyone gives you a lip, you can bop them one and chuck them in the tanty. I'd like to be a copper one day. He was number one suspect. That's what our mum calls Scholar, our dad. Payment up front, yeah? Nobby added, hopefully. What do you think? Right. No, eh? Correct. But I'll tell you what. He lowered Nobby to the ground. Light as a feather, he thought. You come with me, kid. Ankh-Morpork was full of men living in lodgings. Anyone with a spare room rented it out. And in addition to the darning and stitching that was turning Miss Batty into one of the highest-earning seamstresses in the city, they needed something else that women were best able to supply. They needed feeding. There were plenty of hot-share eating places like the one that Vimes headed for now. It sold plain food for plain men. There wasn't a menu. You ate what was put in front of you. You ate quick and you were glad to get it. If you didn't like it, then you did. The dishes had names like slum gullet, boiled eels, lobscouse, wet nellies, slumpy, regal billy. Good, solid stuff that stuck to the ribs and made it hard to get up off the seat. They generally had a lot of turnip in, if they weren't supposed to.
No.
Vimes elbowed his way to the counter, dragging Nobby behind him. A chalked sign said, all you can eat in 10 minutes for 10p. Beneath it, a large woman was standing bare-armed by a cauldron in which uncertain things bubbled in grey scum.
Yeah.
She gave him an appraising look and then glanced at his sleeve. "What can I do for you, Sergeant?" she said. "What happened to Sergeant Knock? Comes in here a lot, does he? Dinner and supper." Her look said it all. Second helpings, too, and never pays. Vimes held up Nobby. "See this? Is it a monkey?" "Ha ha, very funny," moaned Nobby as Vimes lowered him again. "He's gonna come in here for 1 square meal a day. All he can eat for 10p. Yeah, and who's paying, may I ask?" Me. Vimes plonked a $50 on the table. "That's 5 days in advance. What's the special today?"
5 days in
Slum
advance.
gullet.
Wow.
It'll put hairs on his chest. If he gets a chest. Give him a big bowl. You may make a loss on this deal. He shoved Nobby onto a bench, placed the greasy bowl in front of him, and sat down opposite. "You said a lady. Don't mess me about, Nobby." "Have I got to share this, Sarge?" said Nobby, picking up a wooden spoon.
Of course
"It's
not.
all yours. Make sure you eat up every bit. There may be a test later. A woman, you said." "Lady Measurable, Sarge," said Nobby indistinctly through a mouthful of mixed vegetables and grease. "Posh lady. Everyone calls her Madam. Come in from Genua a few months ago." "What did she ask you?"
Oh, where did my bottle go?
"This morning,
threw it in the
Sarge."
trash, didn't I? Damn it.
"What? She just stopped you in the street?" I've got a kind of general contract with her, Sarge." Vimes glared. It was better than speaking. Nobby wriggled uneasily. "Fact is, Sarge, she caught me snickering her nolly last month. Hell's bells, Sarge, she's got a punch on her like a mule. When I come round, we got to talking, and she said a keen young lad like me could be useful as, like an ear on the street." Vimes continued to glare, but he was impressed. Young Nobby had been a gifted pickpocket. Anyone who caught him in the act was quick indeed. He turned up the ferocity of the glare. "All right, Sarge. She said she'd turn me over to the day watch if I didn't. And you go straight to the tanty if a knob lays a complaint against you." "That's bloody true," thought Vimes. "Private law again." "I don't want to go to the tanty, Sarge. Sconner's in there." "And he used to break your arms," Vimes remembered. "So, why's a fine lady interested in me, Nobby?" he said aloud. "Didn't ask.
Fine lady?
I told her about you in the hurry-up wagon and the unmentionables and everything. She said you sounded fascinating. Rosie Palm's paying me a measly penny a day to keep an eye on you too. Oh, and Corporal Snubs at Cable Street. He's paying me 1/2 penny to watch you, but
Wow.
he's an 1/2 penny these days, say I. So I don't watch you much on his account. Oh, and Lance Corporal Coates. I'm getting a penny off of him too." "Why?" "Dunno. He asked me this morning too. Penny job." Nobby belched hugely. "Better out than in, eh? Who do you want me to watch for you, Sarge?" "Me, if you can fit me into your busy schedule." "You want me to follow you?" "No, just tell me what people are saying about me. Keep an eye on who else is following me. Watch my back, that sort of thing." "Right.
Keep an
Good.
extra watchful eye.
Just one more thing, Nobby." "Yes, Sarge," said Nobby, still spooning. "Give me back my notebook, my handkerchief, and the 4 pennies you whizzed from my pockets, will you? Nobby opened his mouth to protest, dribbling slum gullet, but closed it when he saw the glint in Vime's eye. Silently, he produced the items from various horrible pockets. Well done. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what'll happen to you if you try the old dippity-doo-dah on me again. Do I, Nobby? No, Sarge, said Nobby, looking down.
Did I ever kill that
Want
thing?
another bowl? Have fun. I've got work to do. You can rely on me, Sarge.
Probably.
Oddly enough, thought Vimes as he walked back to the watch house, I probably can. Nobby would nick anything and dodge anything, but he wasn't bad. You could trust him with your life.
Trying to look for all the rest of
it'd
the
be daft to
crucifixes.
trust him with $1. He purchased a packet of pantweed slim panatellas from another street trader. Carrying them around in their cardboard packet didn't feel right at all.
There goes one. Ba-ding.
There was a buzz in the main office as he strolled in. Watchmen were standing around in little groups. Sergeant Knox spotted Vimes and trotted over. Bit of a do, sir. Had a break-in last night, he reported with just a hint of smirk. Really? What did they steal? Did I say they stole anything, sir? Said the sergeant innocently. Well, no, you didn't. That was me jumping to what we call the conclusion. Did they steal anything then, or did they just break in to deliver a box of chocolates and a small complimentary basket of fruit? They stole the captain's silver inkstand, said Knock in perfect sarcasm. And it was an inside job, if you want my opinion. The doors upstairs were forced, but the main doors weren't. Must have been a copper what done it.
Yeah, I forgot about you.
I was amazed at the forensic expertise shown here. My word, the copper stealing.
Kill him, giant crab. I mean her. Whatever the fuck it.
Honestly, especially since you showed
It's
us
a
the
robot
way
thing.
yesterday about being honest and everything. He glanced past Vimes and shouted, "Attention!"
Oh, hey, I got another noble slender sword. Kill
Tilden
him.
was coming down the stairs.
That's
He
not
felt
good.
silent, except for his hesitant steps.
Don't look at the crab. I already got
No,
that helmet.
Sergeant.
Or whatever the
Not
fuck's
so
in there.
far, sir. I was just telling Sergeant Keel here what a terrible thing has happened. It was
Don't
a grave
kill me.
mournfully.
Please
Everyone
don't
in the
kill
veteran
me.
could afford.
Running
Heavy
away.
upsetting. Man would have to be a right bastard to steal something like that, eh, Sarge? Said Knock. Absolutely. I see you're pretty well organized on this one, Sergeant. Have you looked everywhere? Everywhere except the lockers. That's not something we'd do lightly, rummaging through a man's locker. But we're all here now, and Captain Tilden's here to see fair play. So, although
Fair
it's
play,
very
eh?
distasteful, I'll ask you, Captain, for permission to rummage.
Permission
Yes,
of rummage.
Yes, if you must. I don't like the idea. It is quite dishonourable, you know. And I think, sir, to show that we're doing this fairly, said Knock,
Oh, yeah?
sergeants ought to be searched first. That way no one
Oh.
can say that we don't take it seriously. Come now,
Really
Sergeant.
now?
I hardly think you are a suspect. No, sir. Fair's fair. We'll set a good example. Eh, Sergeant Keel? Vimes shrugged. Knock grinned at him, pulled out a bundle of keys, and beckoned to Lance Constable Coates. You do the honours, Ned. Me first, of course. The door was unlocked. The contents of Knock's locker were the usual unsavoury mess of lockers everywhere, but there was certainly no silver inkstand. If there were, it would have turned black after a single day. Well done. Now, Sergeant Keel, please, Ned. Knock's friendly beam fixed on Vimes as the policeman fumbled with the lock. Vimes stared back, face blank as a slate as the door creaked open. Oh dear, what have we here? Said Knock without even bothering to look.
Oh, yeah?
It's a sack, Sarge, said Coates. Something heavy in it, too. Oh, dear me, said Knox, still staring at Vimes. Open it up, lad. Gently. You don't want anything to get damaged, eh? There was a rustle of Hessian, and then... it's half a brick, Ned reported. What? A half a brick, sir. I'm saving up for a house, said Vimes. There were one or two sniggers from the assembled men, but some of the faster thinkers were suddenly looking...
Saving up for a house.
They know, thought Vimes. Well, lads, welcome to Vimes Roulette. You spun the wheel. Now you've got to guess where the ball's going to go. Are you sure? Said Nock, turning to the open locker. It's just a sack, Sarge, and half a brick. Is there a loose pattern or something? Says Nock desperately. What? In a sack, Sarge? Well, that seems to be our lockers, said Vimes, rubbing his hands together. Who's next, Sergeant Nock? That goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. You know, personally, I think the captain's right. I don't think any of the men would. Nock began and faltered. Vimes' stare could have hammered rivets. I believe, Sergeant, that since we've begun this, it should be concluded that's only fair, said Tilden.
Fair, you saying?
Vimes took a couple of steps towards Coates and held out his hand. Keys, he said. Coates glared at him. The keys, Lance Corporal. He snatched them from Coates' hand and turned to the line of lockers. Right. Let's start with the well-known arch-criminal Lance Constable Vimes. Door after door was opened. The lockers, while possibly of interest to anyone studying the smells of unwashed clothing and the things that could grow on neglected socks, failed to produce a single silver inkstand. It did turn up the amorous adventures of Molly Clapper in Corporal Colon's locker, however. Vimes stared at the crude, grubby engravings.
Not what I wanted. I forgot. I have the right one. There we go.
I remembered that book. He'd gone around the wash house for years, and as a young man, he learned a lot from some of the illustrations. Although, a lot of what he learned had turned out to be wrong. Fortunately, Captain Tilden's view was blocked, and Vimes shoved the greasy book back on the shelf and said to the red-eared colon, "Studying theory, eh, Fred? Good man. Practice makes perfect." Then he turned at last to Coates' locker. The man was watching him like a hawk. The scratched door creaked open. Every neck came to see.
Run!
There was a stack of old notebooks, some civilian clothing, and a small sack of what, when it was tipped out on the floor, turned out to be laundry. Surprised, said the Corporal. Not half as much as you, Vimes thought. He winked at Coates and turned away. Can I have a word with you in your office, Captain? Yes, Sergeant, I suppose so. Here. Vimes gave the man some time to climb the stairs.
Oh my God.
Followed him into
Fuck
his
off.
office and tactfully closed the door.
I can't do it because he's a ghost without a head.
Said Tilden, collapsing into his chair. I've looked everywhere, sir. Of course, man. I mean, sir, perhaps you put it in a desk drawer. Or the safe, perhaps. Certainly not. I sometimes put it in the safe at weekends, but I'm
No.
sure I didn't do that
No.
last night.
Oh boy.
He was doing a bad thing.
You got this.
Knew. Tilden was nearly 70.
No! Yes! He killed his friend.
His memory.
Perfect.
A rough guide to events. I find, sir, when a busy man has a lot on his plate, he can do things that subsequently slip his mind. He said, I know I do. He added to himself. My house keys down in a bare book and I'll find them 30 seconds later. We've all been under a lot of pressure lately, he added,
Oh,
knowing that
shit.
Tilden
Hello.
probably fell asleep.
Hey, all that guys. Thank you for the bets. Appreciate it, man. How's it going?
Taking him his coke home.
Nicatas.
Well, That is true, said Timberman, turning desperate.
How's your day?
All this curfew business.
How'd you do?
Very unsettling. Get my own
You don't have to answer. I'm just being nosy.
Turned and looked at the green safe.
Welcome back.
I only had it a couple of months. I suppose.
Well, how do you mean? I've been back here for a little bit. I've just been like. Hold on. Let me pause this. Well, I was on YouTube for a little bit, but decided, yeah, I'm probably better off on Twitch. I made a second channel for YouTube, and someone that I know maybe start editing videos to put on there, so there's something to look forward to. Edited content. I'm not editing, of course, because, you know, I'm too busy actually streaming and doing stuff. I got no time for it, gotta keep on the grind, you know? I mean, I'm back? Oh. Wait, that's not how that should work. You shouldn't be welcoming yourself back. I welcome you back. Good so far, and yours? So far, it's alright. I got a new toy. Forget what it's called. But it's kind of like a bird whistle. I still don't know how to use it. I was practicing before starting the stream. And it sounds really annoying, which is awesome. Well, last time I watched you play this weird steampunk game. You mean Dishonored? Yeah, I'm looking at you. Let's see. Steampunk game. How long ago was that? I don't know. Half a year ago or so? Oh wow. Half a year ago. That's quite a long time. Let's see. What are the playlists that I've had recently? Not that one. There's Half-Life 2. There's Assassin's Creed Syndicate. That was in February. Playing in the sewers. But that's just me. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't remember either. But yeah. And the U is worth any. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what to do about this, dude. Right now, I'm just, walking around the world. Yeah, you don't want to see that guy there. Sort of shotgun as a big enemy. Said he protect and he also attack or something. Shotgun. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember what game it was. I do vaguely remember what you're telling me, but I don't remember what game it was. First time I joined, you played Red Dead Redemption 2. Scottman Z? Is that what your name was before? Yes. Scottman Z. It must be too far, I think. I don't know. Maybe it was more than a year ago. Man, it must have been over a year or something. I don't see it anywhere. Maybe it just didn't register. I don't know. Did you follow? Yes. Weird how I can't find it. Oh well. No problem. Did my game freeze? My game froze. Hold on. Closing application. Bring it back. So today, just sort of hanging out, walking around, trying to get all of these crucifixes activated so that I can get more places that I can be summoned from. I'm also... I also turned on the blue ring cipher, and that means that if anybody is in need of assistance, or if they're being, like, hunted, if they're being hunted, I am queued to automatically summon so that I can help them out. So pretty much helping out with other players, just in general. While I'm listening to alexgraham, this guy, read Terry Pratchett Night Watch. We are on segment 8, about 9 minutes in. So if that's not your thing, you don't have to stay, or we're just sort of listening to a guy read a book while I kill people.
He turned his back. There was some...
The reason why I'm doing this is because every time I have free time, I don't feel like listening to the audiobook, and Wasp really wants me to finish watching this story, or listening to it, so that's what I'm doing right now. Making time while I'm streaming.
clicking and a creak and then an intake of breath. Tilden got...
Also, if you haven't subscribed to this dude, and you like any sort of, like, reading channels where they read books to you, this guy has a lovely voice for it.
Some clicking and a creak, and then an intake of breath. Tilden got to his feet, holding the silver inkstand. I believe I've made a fool of myself, Sergeant. No, I've made a fool of you.
You don't have to, just
thought
if you're
Vimes,
interested in
fervently wishing that he
reasons.
hadn't. He'd intended to drop it into Coates' locker, but couldn't. Not after what he'd found in there. Tell you what, sir, we could say it was a kind of test. I don't tell lies as a rule, Keel, said the captain, but added, I appreciate the suggestion, nevertheless. Anyway, I know I'm not as young as I was. Perhaps it's time to retire. I have to say, I've been considering it for some time. Oh, don't talk like that, sir, said Vimes, far more jovially than he felt. I can't see you retiring. Yes, I suppose I should see things through, Tilden mumbled, walking back to his desk. Do you know, Sergeant, that some of the men think you are a spy? Who for? Said Vimes, reflecting that Snouty delivered more than just cocoa. Lord Winder, I assume. Well, we all work for him, sir, but I don't report to anyone but you, if that's any help. Tilden looked up at him and shook his head sadly. Spy or not, Keel, I don't mind telling you that some of the orders we've been getting lately have not been thought out properly, in my opinion. What? He gave Vimes a glare as if defying him to produce the red-hot thumb screws there and then. Vimes could see how much the admission that abduction, torture and conspiracy to criminalize honest citizens might not be acceptable government policy was costing the old man. Tilden hadn't been brought up to think like that. He'd ridden off under the flag of Morhawk to fight the cheese-eaters of Quirm, or Johnny Clatchian, or whatever enemies had been selected by those higher up the chain of command, with never a second thought about the rightness of the cause, because that sort of thinking could slow a soldier down. Tilden had grown up knowing that the people at the top were right. That was why they were at the top. He didn't have the mental vocabulary to think like a traitor because, well, only traitors thought like that. Haven't been here long enough to comment, sir. Don't know how things are done here. Not like we used to. Just as you say, sir.
I'm not a traitor because I don't think like
your
one.
way around remarkably well, sir. Someone knew that was a sentence with a book on the end, but Tilden was an inexperienced angler. One nick is pretty much like another, sir. And of course, I've visited the city before. Of course. Well, thank you, Sergeant. If you could, explain things to the men, I'd be grateful. Yes, sir. Of course. Vimes shut the door carefully behind him and went down the steps 2 at a time. The squad below had barely moved. He clapped his hands like a schoolteacher. Come on, you've got patrols to go to. Get moving. Not you, Sergeant Nock. A word in the yard, if you please. Vimes didn't bother to wait to see if the man would follow him.
Someone's in
He went out
trouble.
into the late afternoon sunshine, leaned against the wall and waited. 10 years ago, he'd have... Correction. 10 years ago, if he was sober, he'd have taught Nock a few lessons about whose boss with several well-aimed punches.
If he was
certainly
sober.
the custom these days. Scraps between watchmen hadn't been uncommon when Vimes was a constable, but that wouldn't do for Sergeant Keel. Nock stepped out, inflated with mad, terrified bravado. When Vimes raised his hand, the man flinched. Cigar? I don't drink, but you can't beat a good cigar.
I don't drink.
I don't smoke. Look, about that inkstand. Do you know what? He'd gone and put it in that safe of his, said Vimes, smiling. He had, and then forgotten about it. Happens to us all, Winsborough. A man's mind starts to wander. He's never quite certain what he's done. Vimes maintained.
You're gonna take that dude's cigar now?
It was as good as raining blows. Besides, he'd given Nock his correct name. The man never used it in public for fear of the panic that it might cause. Just thought I'd put your mind at rest about it. Sergeant Winsborough Nock shifted uneasily from one foot to the other. He wasn't certain whether he'd got away with something or had just ended up getting deeper into something else. Tell me more about Lance Corporal Coates. Nock's face was, for a moment, an agony of calculation. Then he adopted his usual policy. When you think there's wolves on your trail, throw someone else off the sleigh. Ned, sir, hard worker. Of course,
just in case you can't outrun him.
A bit tricky between you and me. Ow, and you don't have to call me Sir Winsborough. Not out here. He reckons Jack's as good as his master, if you know what I mean. Reckons he's as good as anyone. Bit of a troublemaker in that respect. Barrackroom lawyer. That sort of thing, yes. Rebel sympathies. Nock turned his eyes up innocently. Could be, sir. Wouldn't like to see lad in trouble, of course. You think I'm a spy for the unmentionables, thought Vimes. You're throwing Coates to me. The other day you were pushing him for promotion.
Throwing
you
Coates.
little worm. Worth keeping an eye on, he said aloud. Yes, sir. Interesting, said Vimes. Always a worrying word for the uncertain. Certainly worried Nock. And Vimes thought, my gods, perhaps veterinary feels like this all the time.
Oh.
Some of us go round to the
Looking for now.
after the shift's over.
Appreciate it, Indicators. Thank you for the BS. Appreciate it.
Don't drink. Oh,
sorry if this isn't your thing. Hope you enjoy the noises, though.
I better pick up young Sam and get out on patrol. Nice to have this little talk with you, Winsborough.
Let your mind disappear into the void.
Taking care not to look back. Sam was still waiting in the main office, but was sucked into his wake as he swept past. I say, who's the skirt up there with old Folly? The prefects looked up. On the raised dais at the end of the noisy hall, Dr. Follett, master of the assassins and ex officio headmaster of the guild school, was in animated conversation with, indeed, a lady. The vivid purple of her dress made a splash of colour in the vast room where black predominated, and the elegant whiteness of his hair shone like a beacon in the darkness. It was a guild of assassins after all. Black was what he wore. The night was black, and so were you. Black had such style, and an assassin
not even
style,
a problem.
Everyone agreed, was really a highly paid, arrogant thug. The prefects were all over 18 and therefore allowed to visit parts of the city that the younger boys weren't even supposed to know about. Their pimples no longer erupted at the sight of a woman. Now their eyes narrowed. Most of them had already learned that the world was an oyster that could be opened with gold if a blade did not suffice. Probably a parent, said one of them. I wonder who's the lucky boy. I know who he is, said Ludo Ludorum, head of Viper House. I heard some of the masters talking earlier. She's Madame Roberta Meserole. Bought the old house in Easy Street. They say she made a pile of money in January and wants to settle down here. Looking for investment opportunities, apparently. Madam, an honorific or job description, said Downey. In January, could be both, said someone to general laughter. Folly's certainly buying her with champagne, said Downey. They're on their third bottle already. What have they got to talk about? Politics. Everyone knows Winder isn't going to do the decent thing, so it'll be down to us, and Folly's annoyed because we've lost 3 chaps up there already. Winder's pretty cunning. There's guards and soldiers everywhere you look. Winder's a skag, said Downey. Yes, Downey, you call everyone a skag. Well, everyone is. Downey turned back to the table, and a movement, or rather, a lack of movement
Everyone's a
caught his eye.
skag.
Towards the far end, one young assassin was sitting reading, with a bookstand positioned in front of his plate. He was intent on it, an empty fork halfway to his mouth. With a wink at the others, Downey selected an apple from the bowl in front of him, stealthily drew his arm back, and let fly with malicious accuracy. The fork moved like a snake's tongue and skewered the apple out of the air. The reader turned a page. Then, eyes never leaving the print, he delicately brought the fork up to his mouth and took a bite out of the apple. The rest of the table looked back at Downey, and there were one or two chuckles. The young man's brow furrowed. Assault having failed, he was forced to try scathing wit, which he didn't have. "You really are a skag dog botherer." "Yes, Downey," said the reader levelly, his eyes still intent on the page. "When are you going to pass some decent exams, dog botherer?" "I really couldn't say, Downey." "Never killed anyone, right, dog botherer?" "Probably not, Downey."
Dog
The reader
botherer?
turned another
What kind of
page.
name is that?
That little sound infuriated Downey even more. "What's that you're reading? Robertson, show me what the dog botherer is reading, will you? Come on, pass it up." The boy next to the one currently known as Dog Botherer snatched the book off the stand and threw it along the length of the table.
Is that a
The reader sighed and sat back as Downey gave the pages a cursory flick. "Well, look here, you fellows. Dog Botherer is reading a picture book. Colour it in yourself with your paints and crayons, did you, Dog Botherer?" The former reader stared up at the ceiling. "No, Downey. It was hand-coloured to his instructions by Miss Amelia Jane, the sister of Lord Winstanley Greville Pipe, author. It says so on the frontispiece, you will note." "And here's a lovely picture of a tiger," Downey ploughed on. "Why are you looking at pictures, Dog Botherer?" "Because Lord Winstanley has some interesting theories on the art of concealment, Downey." "Bah, black and orange tiger in green trees, big red ape in green forest, black and white zebra in yellow grass. What's this, a manual on how not to do it?" Again there was a round of chuckles, but they were forced. Downey had friends because he was...
I hate getting sent to that area right there. It's like, it's the perfect spot for you to not get attacked, but it's also the perfect spot for you to not get attacked. So, I can't go and find whoever the hell goes over there to go and attack the host, because he's just all the way up there, and they might just be wandering about just randomly. So when I get summoned there, I don't really get to do much, and even then, if I do somehow find the frilled fingers, sometimes they might just leave. It's like, it's a terrible strategy, and the only point to doing what you're doing is being a dick. I don't think you'd make much. You wouldn't make as much money as you would just, like, actually trying to fight people. Anyway, back to the read.
big and rich, but sometimes he was embarrassing to have around. As a matter of fact, Lord Winstanley also has an interesting point to make on the dangers of intuitive... "Is a guild book, Dog Botherer?" Downey demanded. "No, Downey. It was privately engraved some years ago, and I succeeded in placing a copy in..." Downey's hand shot out. The book whirled away, causing a table full of younger boys to scatter, and landed at the back of the fireplace. The diners on the top tables looked around, then turned back in disinterest. Flames licked up. For a moment, the tiger burned brightly. "Rare book, was it?" said Downey, grinning. "I think it may now be said to be non-existent," said the one known as Dog Botherer. "That is the only extant copy. Even the engraved plates have been melted down." "Don't you ever get upset, Dog Botherer?" "No, yes, Downey," said the reader. He pushed his chair back and stood up. "And now, I believe, I will have an early night. Good evening, Downey. Gentlemen, you're a scag veterinary. Just as you say, Downey. Vimes thought better when his feet were moving. The mere activity calmed him down and shook his thoughts into order. Apart from the curfew and manning the gates, the night watch didn't do a lot. This was partly because they were incompetent and partly because no one expected them to be anything else. They walked the streets, slowly.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Trying to saunter away or melt into the shadows, and then rang the bell to announce to a sleeping world, or
Stop
anyway,
it.
a world that hadn't been asleep. The fact of it all was, despite the appearances, well, they also rounded up the quieter sort of rather than the more docile kinds of stray cattle. They think I'm a spy for Winder, thought Vimes. Spying on the Treacle Mine Road watch. It'd be like spying on dough. Vimes had flatly refused to carry a bell. Young Sam had acquired a lighter one, but out of deference to Vimes' crisply expressed wishes, kept the clapper muffled with a duster. Is the wagon going out tonight, Sarge? Said young Sam as the twilight faded
Jesus
towards
Christ,
night.
that's a loud ass box.
Yes, colon and wadio on it. Taking people to Cable Street? No. I told them to take everyone to the watch house, and Snouty will find them $50 and take their name and address. Perhaps we'll have a raffle. We'll get into trouble, Sarge. The curfew's just to frighten people. It doesn't mean much. Our mum says there's going to be trouble soon. She heard it in the fish shop. Everyone says it's going to be Snapcase at the palace. He listens to the people. Yeah, right. I listen to the thunder, but I don't do anything about it. Our mum says everyone will have a voice in the city when Snapcase is the patrician. Keep your voice down, lad. The day will come when the angry masses will rise up and throw off their shekels, the fishmonger says. If I was a spy for Swing, that fishmonger would be gutted, Vimes thought. Quite the revolutionary our mum was. He wondered if it was at all possible to give this idiot some lessons in basic politics. That was always the dream, wasn't it? I wish I'd known then what I know now. But when you got older, you found out that you now wasn't you then. You then was a twerp. You then was what you had to be to start out on the rocky road of becoming you now, and one of the rocky patches on that road was being a twerp. A much better dream, one that would ensure sound asleep, was not to know now what you didn't know then. What's your dad do? He said, as if he didn't know. He passed away a long time ago, Sarge. When I was little, run down by a cart when he was crossing the street, our mum said. What a champion liar our mum was, too. Sorry to hear that, he said. Our mum says you'd be welcome out to tea one night, what with you being all by yourself in a strange city, Sarge. Would you like me to give you another tip, lad? Yes, Sarge, I'm learning a lot. Lance constables do not invite their sergeants round to tea. Don't ask me why. It's just one of those things that does not happen. You don't know our mum, Sarge. Vimes coughed. Mums are mums, Lance Constable. They don't like to see men managing by themselves in case that sort of thing catches on. Besides, in my mind, she's been up in the small gods these past 10 years. I'd rather put one hand flat on the table and give Swing the hammer than walk down Cockpit Street today.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, she says you're going to be able to... she'd make you some distressed pudding, Sarge.
I feel like that's an
She
overreaction.
makes great distressed pudding because I'm
Distressed pudding.
the best, thought Vimes, staring into the middle distance. Oh, gods, the very best.
You
No
interested
one's ever
now?
done it better.
Oh.
That'd be very kind of her, he managed out loud. Sarge, why are we patrolling Morphic Street? It's not our beat. I switched beats. I ought to see as much of the city as possible. Not a lot to see in Morphic Street, Sarge. Vimes looked at the shadows. Oh, I don't know. It's amazing what you see if you just concentrate. He pulled Sam into a doorway. Just whisper, lad. Now, look down there at the house opposite. See that doorway with the
finally someone
shadow?
summoning me.
Yes, Sarge.
Hey.
Why is it such a deep shadow, do you think? Dunno, Sarge. Because someone in black is standing in it. That's why. So, we're going to walk a little further, then we'll just turn around and go back round the corner. We're heading back to the station like good boys because our cocoa's getting cold. See? Right, Sarge. They ambled back around the corner and Vimes let them walk sufficiently far up the street that the footsteps died away naturally. Okay, this is
And I can't get on my horse to go and find whoever's here.
Give Sam his due, Vimes thought. He knows how to stand still. I'll have to teach him how to unfocus himself too, so that you could very nearly fade out of sight on a cloudy day. Did Keel teach me that?
Oh,
After a certain
that's
age,
probably...
memory is indeed an untrustworthy thing. The city's clocks chimed the 3/4 hour. What time's curfew? 9 o'clock, Sarge. Must be nearly that now. No, it's only just gone 8:45, Sarge. Well, it's gonna take me a few minutes to get back. I want you to sneak back after me and wait at that corner. When it starts, you come running and banging that bell of yours. When what starts, Sarge? But Vimes was walking noiselessly down the road. He made a note to snip, tip Snouty $1. The boots were like foot gloves. Torches sputtered on the junction, destroying the night vision of anyone who looked in that direction. Vimes padded around his dark penumbra and sidled along the buildings on the far wall until he was level with the door. Then he swung around the frame and shouted, "You're nicked, chum," said the shadow. And that's offensive language, sir, such as I would not wish my young Lance Constable to hear. Behind him, he heard Lance Constable Vimes advancing at a run, ringing his bell madly and shouting, 9 o'clock and all's not well at all. There were other sounds, too. The ones Vimes had been half listening for, of doors slamming and distant footsteps hurrying away. "You bloody fool," said the struggling figure in black. "What the hell are you playing at?" He pushed at Vimes, who nevertheless tightened his grip. "That, sir, is assault upon a watch officer." "I'm a watch officer too, you damn flatfoot from Cable Street." "Where's your uniform?" "We don't wear uniforms." "Where's your badge?" "And we don't carry badges." "Hard to see why I shouldn't think of you as a common thief then, sir. You was casing that house over there," said Vimes.
They gave me a sword, shit. Fuck it.
Big, thick,
I won't.
horribly
I'll leave him alone.
Copper. "We seen you." "There's going to be a meeting of dangerous anarchists." "What kind of religion is that, sir?" Vimes patted the man's belt. "Oh dear, what have we here?"
What kind of religion is that?
Dagger.
Anarchist.
See this, Lance Constable Vimes? A weapon, no doubt about it. That's against the law. Carried after dark.
Wait.
More against the
Wait.
Pushed at Vimes, who nevertheless tightened his grip. "That, sir, is assault upon a watch officer."
Wait.
When it starts, you come running and banging that bell of yours. "When what starts, Sarge?" But Vimes was walking noiselessly down the road. He made a note to snip, tip Snouty $1. The boots were like foot gloves. Torches sputtered on the junction, destroying the night vision of anyone who looked in that direction. Vimes padded around his dark penumbra and sidled along the buildings on the far wall until he was level with the door. Then he swung around the frame and shouted, "You're nicked, chum." said the Shadow. And that's offensive language, sir, such as I would not wish my young Lance Constable to hear. Behind him, he heard Lance Constable Vimes advancing at a run and ringing his bell madly and shouting, 9 o'clock and all's not well at all. There were other sounds, too. The ones Vimes had been half listening for, of doors slamming and distant footsteps hurrying away. You bloody fool, said the struggling figure in black. What the hell are you playing at? He pushed at Vimes, who nevertheless tightened his grip. That, sir, is assault upon a watch officer. I'm a watch officer too, you damn flatfoot from Cable Street. Where's your uniform? We don't wear uniforms. Where's your badge? And we don't carry badges.
What?
Hard to see why I shouldn't think of you as a common thief then, sir.
Right.
You who was casing that house over there, said Vimes, very happy in the role of big, thick, but horribly unshakable copper. We seen you. There was going to be a meeting of dangerous anarchists. What kind of religion is that, sir? Vimes patted the man's belt. Oh dear, what have we here? A very nasty dagger. See this, Lance Constable Vimes? A weapon, no doubt about it. That's against the law. Carried after dark, which is even more against the law. And it's a concealed weapon. What do you mean, concealed? Screamed the twisting prisoner. It's in a bloody sheath. Bloody, eh?
Uh-oh.
Used it already, have you, sir? Said Vimes.
Oh no.
Thrust a hand into a pocket of the man's black coat. And what's this? A little black velvet roll with, oh, I do believe, a complete set of lockpicks. That's going equipped for burglary, that is. They're not mine, and you bloody well know it. You sure, sir? Yes, because I keep mine in my inside pocket, you bastard. That's using language liable to cause a breach of the peace. Huh? You idiots have scared everyone away. Who's going to be offended? Well, I might be. I'm sure you don't want that, sir. You're that stupid sergeant we've been told about, aren't you? Too sick to see what's going on, right? Well, this is where you find out, mister.
Oh yeah.
He twisted out of Vimes' grip, and there were a couple of sliding metallic noises in the gloom. Wrist knives, thought Vimes. Even assassins think they're an idiot's weapon.
Yep.
He took a couple of steps back as the man danced towards him, both knives waving. Can't think of a dumb answer to this one, eh, Brown Job? To his horror, Vimes saw, behind the man, the shape of Sam raising his bell very slowly. Don't hit him, he shouted, and then lashed out with his boot as the man's head turned. If you're going to fight, fight, he said as the man toppled forward. If you're going to talk, talk. Don't try to talk and fight. And right now, I caution you to do neither. I could have got him easily, Sarge, Sam complained as Vimes fished out his handcuffs and knelt down. I could have blown him out like a light. Head injuries can be fatal, Lance Constable. We serve the public trust. But you kicked him in the private, Sarge. Because I don't want you to be a target, thought Vimes as he tightened the cuffs. That means you don't belt one of them over the head. You stay as the dim sidekick in the background. That way, you survive. That way, maybe I survive too. You don't have to fight the way the other bloke wants you to fight, he said, hefting the man onto his shoulders. Give me a hand here. Up we go. Okay, I've got him. You lead the way. Back to the watch house. You're arresting and unmentionable. Yes, I just hope we'll meet some of our lads on the way. Let this be a lesson, lad. There aren't any rules, not when there's knives out. You take them down, quietly if possible, without hurting them much if possible. But you take them down. He comes at you with a knife, you bring his stick down on his arm. comes at you with his hands, you use your knee or your boot or your helmet. Your job is to keep the peace. You make it peaceful as quickly as possible. Yes, sir, but there's gonna be trouble, Sarge. Straightforward arrest. Even coppers have to obey the law. What there is of it. Yes, Sarge, but, I mean, there's gonna be trouble right now, Sarge.
No, I couldn't pillage while I was being
They were
summoned.
near the end of the street, and there was a group of figures there. They looked like men with a purpose. There was something about the stance, the way they were standing in the road, and, of course, the occasional glint of light on a weapon also gave a hint. There was a snapping of little doors as dark lanterns were opened. Of course he wouldn't have been alone, Vimes scolded himself. His job was just to watch until they'd all gone in.
He literally
then
left.
He'd just schlep away to call in the heavy gang. There must be a dozen of them. We're gonna get cheesed. What'll we do, Sarge? Whispered Sam. Ring your bell. But they've spotted us. Ring the
he's
damn
right there.
bell, will you?
He teleported.
Keep walking, and don't stop ringing. The unmentionables spread out now, and as Vimes trudged towards them, he saw several figures at each end of the line slip around behind him. That's how it'd go. They'd be like the muggers up in Scoon Avenue, talking nice and friendly while their eyes said, hey, you know our mates are right behind you, and we know you know, and it's fun watching you trying to pretend like this is just a civilized conversation, when you know that any minute you're going to get it right in the kidneys.
Yeah.
We feel your pain, and we like it. He stopped walking. It was that, or walk into someone, and all along the street, doors and windows were opening as the clanging of the bell roused the neighborhood. Evening, he said. Evening, Your Grace, said a voice out of history. Nice to see an old friend, eh? Vimes groaned. The worst that could happen had happened. Carcer. That's Sergeant Carcer, thank you.
Sergeant
How things
Carcer.
work out, eh? Turns out I'm prime copper material. They gave me a new suit and a sword and $25 a month, just like that. Lads,
Wow.
this is the man I told you about. Why do you call him Your Grace, Sarge? Said one of the shadowy men. Carcer's eyes never left Vimes' face. Oh, it's a joke. Where we come from, everyone used to call him Duke, he said. Vimes saw him slip a hand into a pocket. It came out holding something that had a brassy glint. It was a sort of nickname, eh, Duke? Stop the kid ringing the damn bell, will you? Knock it off, Lance Constable, Vimes muttered. The noise had worked, anyway. This little tableau had a silent audience now. Not that an audience would make any difference to Carcer. He'd cheerfully stab you to death in the centre of a crowded arena and then look around and say, who, me? But the men behind him were edgy, like cockroaches wondering when the light was going to go on. Don't you worry, Duke, Carcer said, sliding his fingers into the brass knuckles. I've told the boys about you and me, how we go back a long way and all that. Yeah, said Vimes. It wasn't prize-winning repartee, but Carcer obviously wanted to talk. And how did you get made a sergeant, Carcer? Well, I heard where they were looking for coppers with fresh ideas, and that nice Captain Swing himself talked to me and said he was in no doubt that I was an honest man who'd been unlucky. Measured me up, he did, with his calipers and his
The dude
rules
took
and
the
geometry,
fucking bagging
and he
right
said
there.
it proved I wasn't a criminal type. It was all the fault of my environment, he said. What? You mean all those dead bodies everywhere you go? Nice one, Duke. And you had fresh ideas, did you? Well, he liked one of them, said Carcer, narrowing his eyes. Turned out he didn't know the ginger beer trick. The ginger beer trick? Well, that just about puts the tin lid on it. Torturers down the ages haven't figured out the ginger beer trick. Now Carcer's handed it over to a patent maniac like Captain Swing. The ginger beer trick, he said. Well done, Carcer. You're just what Swing's been looking for. The complete bastard. Carcer grinned as if he'd been awarded a small prize. Yeah, I already told him how you got down on me for stealing a loaf of bread. Come on, Carcer. That's not you. You never pinched a loaf of bread in your life. Murdering the baker and stealing the bakery, that'd be more your style. He's a card, eh? Said Carcer, winking at his men and nodding towards Vimes. Then, in one movement, he spun around and punched the man beside him in the stomach. You don't call me Sarge. It's Sergeant. Understand? On the floor, the man groaned. I'll take that as a yes, then. Said Carcer, slipping the brass knuckles back into his pocket. Now, the thing is, Duke, what you have there is one of my men. So, how about you hand him over and we'll say no more about it. What's happening, Sarge? The voice was coming from some way behind Vimes. He turned. It was Wiglet and Scott. They looked like men who'd been running, but were now trying to affect a nonchalant swagger. It was getting less nonchalant and considerably less swaggery as they eyed up the unmentionables. The frantically ringing bell. That's what we've always used. All the coppers who heard it would converge on it because an officer was in trouble. Of course, they wouldn't necessarily help him get out of trouble, not if the odds weren't right. This is the old Night Watch after all. But at least they could fish him out of the river or cut him down and see he got a decent burial.
Yeah.
There was a rumble from further up the street, and the rattling bulk of the hurry-up rounded the corner, with Fred Colon at the reins and Constable Waddy hanging on behind. Vimes heard the shouts. What's up, Bill? It's Keel and Vimesy, Wiglet called back. Hurry up. Vimes tried to avoid Carcer's eyes, tried to appear as if nothing had happened, tried to pretend that the world hadn't suddenly cracked open and let in the cold winds of infinity. Carcer was smart. He glanced at Vimes and looked at Sam. Vimesy, your name's Sam Vimes, mister. I ain't saying nothing, said Constable Vimes stoutly. Well. Now here's a nice how do you do, eh? Something for a chap to think about, and no mistake. There was a creak as the hurry-up wagon rolled to a stop. Carcer glanced up at the round, pale face of Corporal Colon. You just go about your business, Corporal. You just leave now. Colon swallowed. Vimes could see his Adam's apple bob as it tried to hide. We heard the ringing, he said. Just a bit of high spirits. Nothing that need worry you. We're all coppers here, right? I wouldn't like there to be any trouble. There's just been a bit of a misunderstanding, that's all. Sergeant Keel here was just going to hand over my friend there. Right,
was he, though?
Sergeant? No hard feelings, eh? You just happened to blunder into a little operation of ours. Best not to talk about it. Just you hand him over, and we'll call it quits. Every head turned to Vimes.
You ain't going to
The
let that
sensible
slide.
thing would be to hand the man over.
Yeah.
He knew it. And then, probably, Carcer would go away, and he didn't want that man any closer to young Sam than he could help. But Carcer would come back. Oh yes, things like Carcer always came back, especially when they thought they'd found a weakness. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that Vimes had changed things. But there had been the Morphic Street conspiracy. The unmentionables had raided it. Several people had died, but some had got away, and then there had been a few days of horrible confusion. And then it had ended when... But young Sam Vimes hadn't been anywhere near Morphic Street that night. Keel had been teaching him to shake hands with doorknobs over on the other side of the shades. But you wanted to be clever, Duke. You wanted to put a spoke in the wheel and smack a few heads, didn't you? And now Carcer's in it as well, and you're out of the history books and travelling without a map. Carcer was still grinning his cheerful grin. Here and now, more than anything else, Vimes wanted to see the end of that grin. Well, I'd like to oblige, Sarge. I really would. But I've pinched him now, so I've got to take him back to my nick and do the paperwork. He might well be able to help us with our inquiries into a number of unsolved crimes. Such as? Dunno. Depends on what we've got. We'll take him down the cells, give him a cup of tea, chat to him about this and that. You know how it is. A man can get quite chatty after a cup of tea, or carbonated beverage of his choice, of course. There was a snigger from among the members of the Night Watch, although Vimes hoped none of them knew what the last sentence meant. Carson's smile dissolved. I said he's one of my men on official business, and I am a sergeant. And I am a sergeant at arms, and I said we'll hand him over to you at the Nick, Sergeant Carcer, officially. Carson nodded towards the Lance Constable, so imperceptibly that only Vimes saw it, and he lowered his voice. But suddenly, I've got all the aces, Duke. But suddenly, I'm not playing cards, Carcer. Now, we could have a Barney right here and now, and, you know, I'm not sure which way to go. But I'm sure as hell that you wouldn't be a sergeant tomorrow. And if you think you've got all the aces, you can afford to raise the stakes. Carcer stared at him for a moment. Then he winked and half-turned. I told you he was a caution, eh? He said to the multitude. He gave Vimes a conspiratorial dig in the ribs. Always trying it on. Okay, Sergeant at Arms, we'll do it your way. Got to give you Brown Job something to do. Hey, I'll send a couple of the lads down for him in an hour or so. That's right. Give me time to sweat on whether I'll pop into non-existence if you cut the lad's throat, Vimes thought. Trouble is, I am sweating. He straightened up and beckoned to the hurry-up wagon. Me and the lads will all take him back. Time for our cocoa break, see? Give me a hand up with him, Waddy. Got any other passengers, Fred? Just a drunk, Sarge. Been spewing everywhere. Okay, we'll put the prisoner in the back, and we'll all hang on to the outside. Vimes nodded at Carcer. I'm sure we'll meet again soon, Sergeant. Yeah, and you be sure to look after yourself. Do you hear? Vimes leapt onto the side of the wagon as it rattled past and didn't even look back. That was one thing about Carcer, at least. He wouldn't shoot you in the back if he thought there was a reasonable chance of pretty soon cutting your throat. After a while, Constable Wiglet, hanging on beside him as the wagon rocked, said, What happened back there, Sarge? You know that bloke? Yes, he's killed 2 coppers. One that tried to arrest him, and one who was off duty and eating a pie. Killed other people, too. But he's a copper. Swing gave him a job, Wiglet. Suddenly, the rattle of the wheels sounded much louder. All the other watchmen were listening very intently. You've been in the watch long, Constable? 2 years, Sarge. Used to be a fruit porter down the market, but I got a bad back and a bad chest, what with all the cold mornings. I never heard about coppers being killed, said Lance Constable Vimes. It wasn't here, kid. It was a long way away. Were you there? They were coppers I knew, yes. Again, the mood on the cart changed. There was no obvious sound from the watchman, but over the wagon hung the word, aha. So, you came here to track him down, then? Said Wiglet. Something like that. We heard you came from Pseudopolis, Sarge. I've come from a lot of places. Wow, said Sam. He killed a copper who was eating a pie, said Fred Colon from the box. Yep. What a bastard. What kind of pie was it? Witnesses didn't say, Vimes lied. This was old Ankh-Morpork pork. Dwarves here right now were a tiny minority who kept their heads down. Well, even further down than usual. There certainly were no all-night rat pie shops. Wiglet had something on his mind. They're gonna come for that bloke you picked up. Want the rest of the night off, Constable, said Vimes. There was some nervous laughter from the rest of the crew. Poor devils, thought Vimes. You joined up because the wages were good and there was no heavy lifting, and suddenly it's gonna be difficult. What are you gonna charge our man with, Sarge? Attempted assault on a copper. You saw the knives. You did kick him, though. Right, I forgot. We'll do him for resisting arrest, too. There was some more laughter. We who think we are about to die will laugh at anything. What a bunch. I know you well, gentlemen. You're in it for the quiet life and the pension. You don't hurry too much in case the danger is still around when you get there. And the most you ever expected to face was an obstreperous drunk or a particularly difficult cow. Most of you aren't even coppers, not in your heads. In the sea of adventure, you're bottom feeders. But now, it's war, and you're in the middle. Not on either side. You're the stupid little band of brown jobs. You're beneath contempt. But believe me, boys, you'll rise. For a minute or two after Morphic Street went quiet, nothing moved and nothing happened. Then a coach came around the corner. It was a particularly fine one, drawn by 2 horses. It flashed torches, and as the coach bounced on the cobbles, the zigzagging flames seemed to trail for a moment in the air.
3 kills, 1 move, baby.
Smoky quality. Insofar as they revealed anything, we suggested that the coach had been done up in purple livery. It also seemed to be rather heavy on its wheels. It pulled to a halt at the next doorway down from the one where Vimes had performed his arrest. Vimes, who thought he knew a lot about being a shadow, would have been surprised to see 2 dark figures step out of the doorway's darkness into the light of the torch. The coach door swung open. "Strange news, kind lady," said one of the shadows. "Very strange news, dearie," said the other shadow. They climbed up into the coach, which sped off. Vimes was impressed by the way the men reacted back at the watch house, despite the lack of any command from him. Wiglet and Scuts jumped down as soon as the wagon was in the yard and dragged the gates across. Inside, Colon and Waddy pulled the shutters across the windows. Waddy went into the armory and came out with an armful of crossbows. It was all done with speed and, for the men concerned, precision.
Squeaky clean, baby.
Vimes nudged his younger self. "Make the cocoa, will you, kid? I don't want to miss the show." He sat down at his desk and put his feet up as Colon locked the door and Waddy pulled across the bar. "This is happening," he thought, "but it didn't happen before. Not exactly like this. This time the Morphic Street mob did a runner. They weren't ambushed in their meeting. There wasn't a fight. The sight of all those coppers must have scared them rigid. They weren't much anyway, just sloganeers and skivers and Me Tooists. People who crowd behind the poor slob who's the spokesman shouting, "Yeah, right," and then leg it up an alley when the law gets rough. But some had died in the ambush, and some fought back, and one thing led, as always, to another. Except this time, there was no ambush, because some big sergeant made too much noise. 2 different presents, one past, one future. And I don't know what's going to happen next. However, I've got a damn good idea. "Well done, lads," he said, standing up. "You finish trapping us inside, and I'll go and tell the old man what's happening." He heard puzzled muttering behind him as he climbed the
Oh
stairs.
my gosh, what was I taking down?
Captain Tilden was sitting at his desk, staring at the wall. Vimes coughed loudly and saluted. "Had a bit of," he began, and Tilden turned his ashen face to him. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost, and it had been in the mirror. "You've heard the news too?" "Sir?" "The riot up at Dolly's sister's. It was only a couple of hours ago." "I'm too close," Vimes thought, as the words sank in. All those things were just names. It all seemed to happen at once. Dolly's sisters, yeah. They were a right mob of hotheads up there.
Free money!
The lieutenant on the day watch called in one of the regiments, which he was duly authorized to do, of course. "Which one?" said...
Today's a really nice day. I'm getting like really strong cold breezes from outside. Hardly ever get that every now and then.
Vimes for the look of the thing.
Except for winter, of course. God, I love winter.
The name was in the history books after all.
Lord Venturi's medium dragoons, Sergeant. My old regiment.
That's right, thought Vimes. And cavalry are highly trained in civilian crowd control. Everyone knows that.
And there were some accidental deaths.
Vimes felt sorry for the man. In truth, it was never proved that anyone was given an order to ride people down, but it didn't matter. Horses pushing, and people unable to get away because of the press of people behind them. It was too easy for small children to lose grip of the hand.
But in fairness, missiles were thrown at the officers, and one soldier was badly injured.
Said Tilden, as if reading the words off a card. That's all right then, Vimes thought. What kind of missiles, sir? He said.
Fruit, I gather, though there may have been some stones as well.
Vimes realized that Tilden's hand was shaking.
Why, it was over the price of bread, I understand.
No, the protest was over the price of bread, said Vimes in a voice. The riot was what happens when you have panicking people trapped between idiots on horseback and other idiots shouting, yeah, right, and trying to push forward, and the whole thing in charge of a fool advised by a maniac with a steel ruler.
The feeling of the palace, said Tilden slowly, is that revolutionary elements may attack the watchhouses.
Really, sir? Why?
It's the sort of thing they do.
As a matter of fact, sir, the men are putting up shutters and...
Do whatever you feel necessary, Sergeant,
said Tilden, waving a hand with a scrawled letter in it.
We are told we must be mindful of the curfew regulations. That has been underlined.
Vimes paused before answering. He'd bitten back the first answer, contented himself with, very well, sir, and left. The man wasn't a bad man, he knew. He must have been badly affected by the news to give such a stupid, dangerous order.
Do what you feel necessary.
Give an order like that to a man who's liable to panic when he sees a bunch of people waving their fists. He'd have the Dolly Sisters massacre. He walked back down the stairs. The squad was standing around, looking nervous. Prisoner in the cells? Corporal Colon nodded.
Yes, sir. Sarge, Snouty says that up at Dolly Sisters.
I know. Now, here's what I feel is necessary. Take the shutters down, unbar the door, leave it open and light all the lamps. Why isn't the blue lamp over the door lit?
Dunno, Sarge, but what if...
Get it lit, Corporal. And then you and Waddy go and stand guard outside where you can be seen. You're friendly-looking local lads. Take your bells, but I want
He gave him a little hat.
No swords, right?
No swords? What if the bloody great mob comes round the corner and I'm not armed?
Vimes reached him in 2 swift strides and stood nose to nose. And if you have got a sword, what will you do, eh? Against a bloody great mob? What do you want them to see?
Right.
Now, what I want them to see is Fatty Colon. Decent lad, not too bright. I knew his dad, and there's old Waddy, he drinks in my pub. 'Cause if they just see a couple of men in uniform with swords, you'll be in trouble. And if you draw those swords, you'll be in real trouble. And if by any chance, Corporal, you draw swords tonight without my order and survive, then you'll wish you hadn't done either, because you'll have to face me, see, and then you'll know what trouble is, 'cause everything up until then will look like a bleeding day at the sodden seaside. Do you understand? Fred Colon goggled at him. There was no other word for it. Don't let my sugary sweet tones lead you to believe that I'm not damn well giving you orders, said Vimes, turning away. Vimes? Yes, Sarge. Have we got a saw in this place? Snouty stepped forward.
Nah, I've got a toolbox, Sarge.
Nails too?
Yes, sir.
Right. Rip the door off my locker and hammer a lot of nails right through it, will you? Then lay it down on the upstairs landing, points up. I'll take the saw, 'cause I'm going to
He's
the
bringing out
privy.
a shield.
After the silence that followed,
Makeshift shield,
Corporal
yeah.
Cowan obviously felt he had to make some contribution. He cleared his throat and said,
If you've got a problem in that area, Sarge, Mrs. Colon's got a wonderful medicine she...
I won't be long, said Vimes. In fact, he was 4 minutes. All done, he said, returning to the sound of hammering from the locker room. Come with me, Lance Constable. Time for a lesson in interrogation. Oh, and bring the toolbox. Fred and Waddy don't like being outside, said Sam as they went down the stone steps. They say, what if a bunch of unmentionables turn up? They needn't worry. Our friends at Cable Street are not front door kinds of people. He pushed open the door to the cells. The prisoner stood up and grabbed the bars. Oh.
Hey, how are you? Ow. Fucking hell. Jesus. Yeah. So, nice weather we're having, eh? Really dry in here. Oh, I spoke too soon. Of course. Well, there goes that. I wasn't paying attention at all. I was not paying attention whatsoever. I got zapped right there in the first bit, and then we went down. I'm like, okay, what's going on over here? And I didn't even notice there were stone dudes. I was just like, I'm just gonna walk over here, and I'm over here taking damage from the pots and stupid dudes that's slapping me around. Meanwhile, I'm just like, oh no, a giant knife. I don't want to get slapped by that. Guillotine. Bad. Oh. What? Why am I being summoned to... What? Didn't I turn off the blue cipher?
Okay, they've come. Now you let me out. Come on, I'll put in a good word for you. No one's come for you, sir, said Vimes.
Turn it back on.
He locked the main door behind him and then unlocked the cell. It's probably a busy time for them. Been a bit of a riot over in Dolly Sisters. A few deaths. Might be a while before they get round to you. The man eyed the toolbox that the Lance Constable was holding. It was only a flicker, but Vimes saw the moment of uncertainty. I get it. Good cop, bad cop, eh? If you like. But we're a bit short-staffed, so if I give you a cigarette, would you mind kicking yourself in the teeth? This is a game, right? You know I'm one of the particulars. You're new in town and want to impress us. Well, you have. Big laugh all round. Ha ha. Anyway, I was only on stakeout. Yes, but that's not how it works, is it? Now, we've got you. We can decide what you're guilty of. You know how it's done. Fancy a ginger beer? The man's face froze. You know, it turns out that after the riot this evening, we've been warned to expect revolutionary attacks on the watch houses. Now, personally, I wouldn't expect that. What I'd expect is a bunch of ordinary people turning up, you know, because they've heard what happened. But, and you can call me Mr. Suspicious if you like, I've got a feeling that there will be something a bit worse. You see, apparently we've got to be mindful of the curfew regulations. What that means, I suppose, is that if we get people coming to complain about unarmed citizens being attacked by soldiers, which personally I would consider to be assault with a deadly weapon, we've got to arrest them. I find that rather... There was a commotion from above. Vimes nodded to young Sam, who disappeared up the stairs. Now that my impressionable assistant has gone, I'll add that if any of my men get hurt tonight, then I'll see to it that for the rest of your life you scream at the sight of a bottle. I haven't done anything to you. You don't even know me. Yes, like I said, now we're doing it your way. Sam reappeared in a hurry. Someone's fallen in the privy. They were climbing on the roof and it had been sawn through and gave way. Must be one of those revolutionary elements. The Vimes watching the prisoner's face. We've been warned about them. He says he's from Cable Street, Sarge. That's just the kind of thing I'd say if I was a revolutionary element. All right, let's take a look at him. Upstairs, the front door was still open. There were a few people outside, just visible in the lamplight. There was also Sergeant Knock inside, and he was not happy. Who said we should open up like this? It looks nasty out on those streets, very dangerous. I said we stay open, said Vimes, coming up the stairs. Is there a problem, Sergeant? Well, look, Sergeant, I heard on the way over there they're throwing stones at the Dimwell Street house, said Knock, deflating. There's people in the streets, mobs. I hate to think what's happening downtown. So? We're coppers. We should be getting prepared. What? To bar the doors and listen to the stones rattle off the roof? Or maybe we should go out and arrest everyone. Any volunteers for that? No? I'll tell you what, Sergeant. If you want to do some coppering, you can go and arrest the man in the privy. Do him for breaking and entering. There was a scream from upstairs. Vimes glanced up.
Oh.
I reckon if you go up onto the attic landing, you'll find there's a man who's dropped through the skylight right onto a door full of nails that was accidentally left there. He looked at Knock's puzzled face. It's the Cable Street boys, Sergeant. They thought they could come across the roofs and scare the dumb brown jobs. Chuck 'em both in the cells. You're arresting unmentionables? No uniform, no badge, carrying weapons. Let's have a bit of law around here, shall we? Snouty, where's that cocoa? But we'll get into trouble, Knock shouted. Vimes let Knock wait until he'd lit his cigar. We're in trouble anyway, Winsborough, he said, shaking out the match. It's just a case of deciding what kind we want. Thanks, Snouty. He took the mug of cocoa from the jailer and nodded at Sam. Let's take a stroll outside. He was aware of the sudden silence in the room, except for the whimpering coming from upstairs and the distant yelling from the privy. What are you all standing around for, gentlemen? Want to ring your bells? Anyone fancy shouting out that all's well? With those words hanging in the room, all big and pink, Vimes stepped out into the evening air. There were people hanging around out there in little groups of 3 or 4, talking among themselves and occasionally turning to look at the watch house. Vimes sat down on the steps and took a sip of his cocoa. He might as well have dropped his breeches. The groups opened up, becoming an audience. No man drinking a non-alcoholic chocolate beverage had ever been the centre of so much attention. He'd been right. The closed door is an incitement to bravery. A man drinking from a mug under a light and apparently enjoying the cool night air is an incitement to pause. We're breaking curfew, you know, said a young man with a quick dart forward, dart backward. Is that right? Are you going to arrest us then? Not me. I'm on my break. Yeah? Pointing to Colin and Waddy. They on their break too? They are now. Vimes half-turned. Moves up, lads. Off you go. No need to run. There's enough for everyone. And come back out when you've got it. When the sound of pounding boots had died away, Vimes turned back and smiled at the group again.
So, when do you come off your break?
Vimes paid him some extra attention. The stance was a giveaway. He was ready to fight, even though he didn't look like a fighter. If this were a bar room, the bartender would be taking more expensive bottles off the shelf because amateurs like that spread the glass around. Ah, yes. Now he could see why the words barroom had occurred to him. There was a bottle sticking out of the man's pocket. He'd been drinking his defiance. Oh, around Thursday, I reckon, said Vimes, eyeing the bottle. There was laughter from somewhere in the growing crowd.
Why Thursday?
Said the drinker. Got my day off on Thursday. There were a few more laughs this time. When the tension is drawing out, it doesn't take much to snap it.
I demand you arrest me. Come on, try it. You're not drunk enough. Go home and sleep it off.
The man's hand grasped the neck of the bottle. Here it comes, thought Vimes. By the look of him, the man had one chance in 5. Fortunately, the crowd wasn't too big yet. What you didn't need at a time like this was people at the back.
Got it.
What was going on? The lit-up
Sweet.
watchhouse was fully illuminating the lit-up man. Friend, if you take my advice, you'll not consider that, said Vimes. He took another sip of his cocoa. It was only lukewarm now, but along with the cigar, it meant that both of his hands were occupied. That was important. He wasn't holding a weapon. No one could say afterwards that he had a weapon. I'm no friend to you people.
It is a
snapped the man
pleasant
and smashed the
audiobook.
bottle on the wall by the steps.
What up, Commodore Vegas? How do you do? Yes, I'm currently just listening to Alex Graham read Terry Pratchett Night Watch. This is segment 9 of his playlist. This guy has a very good voice. A few subscribers. He has like 450 around there, 455. If you're ever interested in someone who likes to read books, you know, as their main content, then you should probably check this guy out. He does the voices pretty close to the original audiobook as well for Night Watch. Not perfect, obviously, but really close. His voice is just very close to it. Yeah, very nice.
The
Yes,
glass
yes.
tinkled to the ground. Vimes watched the
Doing
man's
well, good
face,
to-
watched the expression change from drink-fueled anger to agonizing pain. Watched the mouth open. The man swayed. Blood began to ooze from between his fingers, and the slow, thin, animal sound escaped from between his teeth. That was the tableau under the light. Vimes sitting down with his hands full, the bleeding man several feet away. No fight. No one had touched anyone. He knew the way rumour worked. He wanted this picture to fix itself in people's minds. There was even ash still on his cigar. He stayed very still for a few seconds, then stood up, all concerned. Come on, one of you help me, will you? He said, tugging off his breastplate and the chainmail shirt underneath it.
Great voice
He
actor.
grabbed his shirt sleeve and told
Yeah, the
him
one
to
who
go
did the
straight.
original audio
A
is
couple of
fucking
men,
fantastic.
driven to action by the voice of command, steadied the man who was dripping blood. One of them reached for the hand. Leave it, Vimes commanded, tightening the strip of sleeve around
This
the
guy
man's
does pretty well,
unresisting
too.
wrist. He's got a handful of broken glass. Lay him down as gently as you can before he falls over, but touch nothing until I've got this tourniquet on. Sam, go back into the stable and pinch Marilyn's blanket for the boy. Anyone here know Dr. Lorne? Speak up. Someone among the awed bystanders volunteered that they did and was sent running for him. Vimes was aware of the circle watching him. A lot of the watchmen were peering around the doorway now. Saw this happen once, he said aloud, and added mentally, in 10 years' time. It was in a bar fight. Man grabbed a bottle, Didn't know how to smash it.
I have an
Ended
idea.
up with a handful of shards, and the other guy reached down and squeezed. There was a satisfying groan from the crowd. Anyone know who this man is? Oh, come on, someone must. A voice in the crowd volunteered the man could well be Joss Gappy, an apprentice shoemaker from New Cobblers. Let's hope we can save his hand then. I need a new pair of boots. It wasn't funny at all, but it got another of those laughs. The one people laugh out of sheer frightened nervousness. Then the crowd parted as Lorne came through. But, you know, I don't know why I own a bed. Flamey bottle fighter? Yes. Looks like you've done the right things, but I need light and a table. Can you men carry him into the watch house? Grimes had hoped it wouldn't come to that. Oh well, he had to make the best of it. He pointed randomly at figures in the crowd. You and you and you and you.
Oh, my bones! I want the... it's such a good place to farm bones for arrows right there. Dang it. I also kind of want another one of those knives that those little monkeys have. Hello!
Oh, hey, my friend.
Hello,
How's it
hello.
going?
Oh, it goes. Yay! What are you supposed to be, Hellboy? Hey.
Hmm?
You look like Hellboy. With your
No,
red skin.
Oh, I was playing like a blind swordsman in PvP a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I wouldn't interact with anyone who moved. I just waited till they made a sound.
Yeah.
It was fun for a little bit. Oh yeah, I feel good about it.
I keep on, every time I try to help out other people as like, what you calls it, not a cooperator, but a hunter, I keep on getting sent to below the cliff of Rea Lucaria Academy.
Below the cliff?
Yeah, like someone keeps on camping up top of the bridge, but it just sends everyone below and you can't get to him.
The church area or whatever, or the academy, I mean.
Where the walking giant castle thing is at.
Oh, castle, I don't know. I mean, I usually bring a cannon whenever they're doing that shit.
Right below East Rea Lucaria Gate, and like, the only way that you can get to him is through Rea Lucaria Academy, but you can't get in there when you're summoned as a hunter.
I'm guessing you can't shoot him with these.
Yeah, he's like on top of a bridge bit, and I don't know if that would ever work.
Can this? Oh. You might be able to do it depending on the distance. I don't know with a dragon roar, a double dragon roar. If you have double seal or whatever. Because you can pretty much... Oh shit, I completely forgot about that. Oh my... Yeah. I was dead.
Oh yeah. These things are annoying in this place. Usually what I do is just ignore them and just gather them around here, let the electricity deal with them.
I like this thing right here when you get them all close. Just shoot that off.
Yeah.
I don't do much damage to that.
So like a few tries. Oh, hi. Come and get me.
trying to find my last memory stone. I don't know if it's in this dungeon or not.
Hmm.
I'm hoping it is. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. And that's why I only make one character. So I don't feel like doing it all over again.
Get wrecked, bitch.
Great night, more like lame night. Am I right? Whoa.
Yeah. Oh shit.
My bad. Ow.
I'm good. I have a super regen build right now. Oh.
I can't open that.
I don't even remember what the hell's in here. Oh, it's just Tron. I should definitely have that already. Like oh. Yeah, there's like a hidden door to your... There's like a hidden door to the right or something over there, I think.
To the right?
Oh shit, oh shit. Nope, I don't think I've done this one before.
I can't help you. I'm below you.
Yeah, I'm gonna come down instead. I haven't done this dungeon before. I thought I had. Alright, oh no! Don't touch me!
Ah.
Maybe I just ain't seen this part of it. I don't know.
You killed your friend, idiot. I got attacked by 2 giant crabs. Oh, did you want that? My bad.
I'm just trying to restore a little FP so I don't eat bottles.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, I haven't been down to this area. Okay.
Look at this lever. Wham. And now we're back here. Hooray! Oh, Nightbird. Yes. Oh, I forgot. Just keep forgetting about this.
Every time. Yeah, I guess we're running all the way over or something. I'll go for it.
Whee. Oh, you killed this one. Yeah.
I don't know why. I was thinking there was like an invisible door or something on the...
Yeah, it looks like it would be, but the hidden room is below.
No, I was thinking...
Watch out, right?
Like a... Yeah. Oh.
Ow. I hate these ones. They hurt way too much.
You gonna give that back to me?
If you don't want the back, I'll still give him the front. Either way, we're giving it to him for sure.
Hell yeah.
I got the moves like Jagger. Don't forget about the thing.
We already passed it.
Oh, this one's still moving. Gross.
Oh my, I remember coming inside this dungeon, just that section right there. This fucking things kept on grabbing me because I didn't look up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god, fuck that.
They do a lot of damage when they're on your face.
Oh. Damn. Oh shit.
Nah, there's nothing.
There's a hidden floor down there. You should jump.
Shut up. I bet you made one of those signs down there that says liar ahead, and there's nothing at all.
No, I don't think that.
Fucking 450 votes.
I'm one of the ones that make the thing that says no item ahead, and then they go up there and it says, why is there always no item?
Hmm. Oh.
Oh.
There was that.
Hit me. Okay. I wasn't good enough.
Gotta get good, man.
Wait, what? I don't want to look at the message. Oh, you already did Golden Vow, didn't you?
No, I dodged out of it. Woo! He shot that out like a Pez dispenser. Boop. GG, too easy.
I'll see you around.
See ya. Stinky red guy. Got him. Morgan Castle, things I have used once in my first playthrough, and then never again. But you probably should, even though it's very time consuming. A little time consuming. Because then you can go and get all the remembrances and then make money off of it. Free stonks. Oh, my loot is gone. Alright, back to the read.
Too, lady. You can help Fred and Waddy take this young man inside, okay? And you're to stop with him. We'll leave the doors open, right? All you lot out here will know what's going on. We've no secrets here. Everyone understand?
Yeah, but you're a copper.
A voice began. Vimes darted forward and hauled a frightened young man out of the crowd by his shirt. Yeah, I am. See that lad over there? He's a copper too. His name's Sam Vimes. He lives in Cockbill Street with his mum, and that's Fred Colon. He just got married. Got a couple of rooms in Old Cobblers. It's good to see you there with Waddy. Everyone round here knows Waddy. Billy Wig was there. Well, he was born in this street. Have I asked you your name?
No.
That's because I don't care who you are, said Vimes, letting the man go and looking around at the crowd. Listen to me, all of you. My name is John Keir. No one gets taken into this watch house without me knowing why. You are all here as witnesses. Those of you I pointed out, you come on inside to see fair play.
Not bad now. See ya. Alright, thank you for stopping by, Indicatos. It was nice seeing you show up after so long.
Cocoa. Or you can go home.
Big preach to you, man. Big preach. Good night. Sleep well. Sorry for being so cringy.
It's a cold night. You ought to be in your beds. I know I'd like to be in mine. And yes, we know about Dolly Sisters, and we don't like it any more than you do. And we've heard about Dimwell Street. We don't like that either. And that's all I've got to say tonight. Now, anyone who still wants to take a swing at a copper can step right up if they want to. I've got my uniform on. We'll have a go here and now, fair and square, in front of everyone. Any takers? Something brushed his shoulder and clattered on the watch house steps. Then there was the sound of slipping tiles from a roof on the other side of the road, and a man fell off the roof and into a pool of light. There were gasps from the crowd, one or two short screams. "Looks like you got a volunteer," said someone. There was the horrible nervous sniggering again. The crowd parted to let Vimes view the sudden arrival. The man was dead. If he hadn't been when he fell off the roof, he was after he'd hit the ground, because no neck normally looked like that. The crossbow had fallen down with him. Vimes remembered the draft across his shoulder and went back to the watchhouse steps. It didn't take long to find the arrow, which had broken into several pieces. "Anyone know this man?" he said. The crowd, even those members of it who hadn't been able to get a good look at the fallen bowman, indicated definite ignorance. Vimes went through the man's pockets. Every single one.
Oh, hey, it's you again.
Was all the evidence of identification he needed. "Looks like it's gonna be a long night," he said.
Well, hi, how's it going?
Like, so, enjoying this awkward interaction? Epic.
I've never done this dungeon before.
I've done all the dungeons. Don't die.
That's
That's pretty much
tip.
that's the advice for all dungeons.
I'm usually pretty good at that.
I would hope so from the name. Also, remember to keep a nice amount of soap. Ooh, you have that too.
Law of regression. Yeah. I got tired of trying to farm items and shit.
Fair enough.
Set myself up so I can do that. It was mainly for rot, because I haven't found the rot cookbook yet.
The rot what?
And the rock cookbook or whatever book allows you to make
Boluses?
rot. Yeah.
Hey. Flame cleanse cures rot. Although it's
What?
I don't know if it's I don't think it's better than the thing that you're using right now, which clears it off completely.
Yeah, mine cures everything.
Yeah, I went to that lake with all that rot in there. Only thing I had was flame cleanse and some boluses, and I ran out of blue potions and I ran out of boluses.
I had one rot fucking thing, whatever the fuck it's called. God damn it. Yeah, the ballistas, yeah. And luckily, after like doing everything, I got to the end of the lake and there was another one I picked up, and I was like, oh my fucking god. Because I was like an inch away from my health dying. It sucked ass.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Is this the boss? That's it?
Apparently. I hope you like Kindreds of Rot. Oh no, normal NPCs, whatever will I do?
Oh no!
Literally not even a problem.
I was just trying to let them do damage.
Make them feel better about themselves. Back to the read.
Signaling Colon to take this body inside too. "I've got to get on with my work, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone wants to stay, and frankly I'll be obliged if you do, I'll send some lads out to build a fire."
It's 60 degrees out today. It's my favorite temperature, just nice. Not too hot, not too cold, it's perfect. Wow, I am really strong. Anyway, back to the read.
Thank you for your patience. He picked up his mail and breastplate and went back inside. What are they doing? He said to Sam without turning round. Some of them are wandering off, but most of them are standing around, Sarge. Sarge, one of them shot at you. Really? Who says the man on the roof was one of them? That's an expensive bow. He didn't have anything in his pockets. Nothing. Not so much as a used hanky. Very odd, Sarge, said Sarge loyally. Especially since I was expecting a piece of paper saying something like, I am definitely a member of a revolutionary cadre. Trust me on this. Sometimes looking carefully at the corpse. Yes, that'd tell us he was a revolutionary all right. Grimes sighed and stared at the wall for a moment. Then he said, anyone notice anything about his bow?
It's the new Bolso for A7. Not a bad bow, Sarge. Not an assassin's weapon, though.
That's true, said Vimes and kissed the dead man's head so that they could see the tip of the little metal dart behind the ear. But this is Fred. You know everyone. Where can I get some ginger beer at this time of night?
Oh.
Ginger beer, Sarge?
Yes, Fred.
Why do...
Colon began. Don't ask, Fred. Just get half a dozen bottles, all right. Vimes turned to the desk on which, surrounded by a fascinated crowd, Dr. Lorne was at work on the stricken Gappy. How's it going? Said Vimes, pushing through.
Slower than it'd go if these people got out the damn light,
said Lorne, carefully moving his tweezers to a mug by Gappy's hand and dropping a bloody fragment of glass therein.
I've seen worse on a Friday night. He'll keep the use of his fingers, if that's what you want to know. He just won't be making any shoes for a while. Well done.
There was general crowd approval. Vimes looked around at the people and the coppers. There were one or two muted conversations going on. He heard phrases like, bad business, and they say that, above the general noise. He'd played the cards well enough. Most of the lads here lived within a street or two. It was one thing to have a go at faceless bastards in uniform, but quite another to throw stones at old Fred Colon, or old Waddy, or old Billy Wiglet, who you'd known since they were 2 years old and played dead rat conkers with in the gutter. Lorne put the tweezers down and pinched the bridge of his nose. That's it. A bit of stitching and he'll be fine. There's some others I need you to take a look at, said Vimes.
You know, that comes as no surprise.
One's got a lot of holes in his feet. One dropped through the privy roof and has got a twisted leg. And one's dead.
I don't think I can do much about the dead one. How do you know he's dead? I realise I may regret asking that question.
He's got a broken neck from falling off a roof, and I reckon he fell off because he got a steel crossbow bolt in his brain.
Oh, that sounds like dead if you want my medical opinion. Did you do it?
No.
What?
Look, you're a busy man, Sergeant. You can't be everywhere.
The doctor's face creaked into a grin when he saw Vimes go red and he walked over to the corpse.
Yes, I'd say that life is definitely extinct. And?
I want you to write that down, please, on paper, with official-sounding words like contusions and abrasions. I want you to write that down, and I want you to write down what time you found he was dead. And then, if you don't mind, 2 lads will take you down to look at the other 2, and after you've treated them, thank you, I'd like you to sign another piece of paper saying you did, and that I called you in. 2 copies of everything, please.
All right. Dare I ask why?
I don't want anyone to say I did it.
Why would anyone say that? You told me he fell off the roof.
These are suspicious times, Doctor. Ah, here's Fred. Any luck?
Corporal Colon was carrying a box. He put it down on his desk with a grunt. Old Mrs. Arbiter didn't like being knocked up in the middle of the night. I had to give her $1.
Vimes didn't dare look at Lorne's face. Really? He said as innocently as possible. And you got the ginger beer?
6 pints of her best stuff. There's 3p back on the bottles, by the way. And,
he shuffled uneasily.
I heard they set fire to the watch house at Dolly's sister's, Sarge. Really bad up at Nat Hill too. And the Chipley Street house has got all its windows broken. Up at the Leasegate house, some of the lads went out to try and stop kids throwing stones, and one of them drew his sword, Sarge. And he'll probably live, Sarge.
Dr. Lorne looked about him at the crowded office where people were still talking. Snouty was going round with a tray of cocoa. Out in the street, some of the watchmen were standing around a makeshift fire with the remnant of the crowd.
Well, I must say I'm impressed. Sounds like you're the only watch house not under siege tonight. I don't want to know how you've managed it.
Luck played a part, and I've got 3 men who carry no personal identification whatsoever in the cells, and another anonymous would-be assassin who has been assassinated.
Quite a problem. Now me, I just have to deal with simple mysteries like what the rash means.
I intend to solve mine quite quickly.
I shit you not. There was like 100 fucking things there, and it wouldn't let me select any of them but yours.
What can I say? I'm a people person.
You want to fight a magnum race or a dragon with me?
Well, that's what I'm here for, I guess. Alright. Hopefully I don't die. Watch me die immediately. Oh my god! Yep, well, I called it. Fuck.
Well, I said he wasn't that hard, but okay, I guess not.
Lava hurts.
The assassin moved quietly from roof to roof until he was well away from the excitement around the watch house. His movements could be called cat-like, except that he didn't stop to spray urine up against things. Eventually, he reached one of the upper world's many hidden places where several thickets of chimneys made a little sheltered space, invisible from the ground and from most of the surrounding roofstones. He didn't enter it immediately, but circled for a while, moving with absolute silence from one vantage point to another. What would have intrigued a watcher who knew the ways of Ankh-Morpork's guild of assassins was how invisible this one was. When he moved, you saw movement. When he stopped, it wasn't there. Magic would have been suspected, and in an oblique way, the watcher would have been right. 90% of most magic merely consists of knowing one extra fact. At last, the figure appeared satisfied and dropped into the space. He picked up a bag from its nesting place between the smoking pots, and there was some faint swishing and heavier breathing that suggested clothes were being changed. After a minute or so, he emerged from the hidden niche, and now, somehow, he was visible. Hard to see, yes, one shadow among others, but nevertheless there, in a way that he hadn't been before when he'd been as visible as the breeze. He dropped lightly onto a lean-to roof and thence to the ground, where he stepped into a handy shadow. Then there was a further transformation. It was done quite easily. The evil crossbow was disassembled and slipped into the pocket of the three-fold bag. The soft leather slippers were exchanged for the boots that he had stashed in the shadow, and the black hood was pushed back.
Oh no, my loot.
He walked lightly around the corner.
Oh, fuck. Jesus. Man. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm right in front of it.
Get your revenge! Get your revenge on him! I couldn't do it without you.
I feel like you're wrong. Revenge!
I didn't want to kill him all the way without you.
Thank you.
Are your souls still over there?
No, they shouldn't be. And I'm gone. And so is all my loot. Darn it. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Give me all your loot. You ain't gonna roll away from me, sucker. That's what happens when you leave your truck in front of a palm tree. When it's that time of year, them palms gonna fall right down on it. That's gonna be going for a while. Oh, hey!
God, it was you again. Oh my God. I can't select any of the other ones. It won't let me do it. I'm not trying to do this to you on purpose. I promise. God, you crawl away, you fucking God.
This is a wonderful place to farm a bunch of arrow stuffs.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nighttime. You can tell because of the little red eyes from the monkeys.
No what?
The demi-humans. Little monkey things.
Yeah.
Yeah, might want to be careful.
Oh, they're not. Oh, as long as I'm paying attention.
Yep.
Oh, this is the headless one. I remember now.
Hell yeah.
I still have to get that skill. Or is that not a skill and it's a weapon art?
It's a special weapon art.
Okay.
You get it by killing the King of Dragons.
Tell me it wasn't the one on... Wait, no, that is...
The Dragon Lord. Cul-de-sacs?
So, where's the King of Dragon? Huh?
Farm Azula?
Huh?
Farm Azula?
Farm is who? Oh.
Crumbling Farm Azula?
Does he command dragons?
No.
That don't sound very king-like things. I've seen a dragon that did.
Well, he used to. He was... Well, like, he... If you go to the Crumbling Farm Azula, there are a bunch of dragons there, and I assume when he was alive, which he kinda is, due to quantum, they are just flying around the dude. He preserved himself in time to await his god.
Sure.
He's a three-headed dragon. Of course he commands dragons.
Oh, that's okay. Oh. There you go.
Good for now. Bam! Alright, I got rid of all the stinky wizards.
I'm not too worried about them. Just get in their face.
Of course you're not too worried about them. I killed them.
Oh, this is a boss. I didn't even realize.
Yes.
Oh my god. I thought it was just like a regular giant.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Away! Alright, let's continue the read, shall we?
Corner and waited a few minutes. The coach came along, its torches trailing flame. It slowed briefly and its door opened and shut. The assassin settled back in his seat as the coach picked up speed again. There was a very faint lamp in the carriage. Its glow revealed a female figure relaxing in the shadows opposite. As the coach passed the torch, there was a suggestion of lilac silk. "You have missed a bit," said the figure. It produced a lilac-coloured handkerchief and held it in front of the young man's face. "Spit," it commanded. Reluctantly, he did so. A hand wiped his cheek and then held up the cloth to the light. "Dark green. How strange. I understand, Havelock, that you scored 0 in your examination for stealthy movement. May I ask how you found that out, madam?"
Uh-oh.
"Oh, one hears things. One just has to hold up money to one's ear." "Well, it was true. And why was this?" "The examiner thought I'd used trickery, madam." "And did you?" "Of course. I thought that was the idea." "And
Yeah.
you never attended his lessons," he said. "Oh, I did. Religiously. He says he never saw you at any of them." Havelock smiled. "And your point, madam, is?" Madam laughed. "Will you take some champagne?" There was the sound of a bottle moving in an ice bucket. "Thank you, madam, but no." "As you wish. I shall. And now, report, please." "I can't believe what I saw. I thought he was a thug, and he is a thug. You can see his muscles thinking for him, but he overrules them moment by moment. I think I saw a genius at work, but..." "What?"
He's just a sergeant, madam. Do not underestimate him on that account. It is a very useful rank for the right man. The optimum balance of power and responsibility. Incidentally, they say that he can read the street through the soles of his boots and keeps them very thin for that purpose. There are plenty of different surfaces, that's true, but you're always so solemn about these things, Havelock. Not at all like your late father. Think mythologically. He can read the street. He can hear its voice, take its temperature, read its mind. It talks to him through his boots. Policemen are just as superstitious as other people. Every watch house was attacked tonight. Oh, Sphinx people egged it on, but it was malice and stupidity.
Look who it is.
Well, if it isn't Hellboy.
I'm the blind swordsman who was burnt to a crisp by the chaos. Fingers. As you can see by my burn marks.
It's hard to tell from all the red.
Does not affect. Oh, when you take the clothes off, you can actually see the physical burn marks.
Ah. I see you've been letting yourself get a little handsy, eh?
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I was coming now. And jump.
We can go down here if you want, but I suggest going
Don't
this
matter
way.
to me. Somehow I lived. Okay, I better heal up.
Yep.
Okay. Just in case. Wait.
And now the funniest weapon you'll ever see.
I think I've done this one before. I could be wrong. That is the wrong one.
So it would seem.
Oh, no, I have not got this.
You're welcome.
I need this. I've been wanting this for a while.
It's pretty great. Not in terms of damage, but in terms of the weapon art, it's just hilarious.
Fucking around with people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
You're fine.
I'm trusting you.
I'm gonna wait for that thing to go back again. Yep. Alright, so somewhere around here, you can jump down, I think to the right, this way.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
All the way in the corner.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but
Oh.
it's just a shortcut. Alright, follow me, do not fall. Here. And here's the saddest thing you will ever see in this game. Bloodhounds are loyal to their masters till death. This one, even after. Yeah. Right here.
Turn my light on.
This was another way that you could have gone if you went through the that other area we were at.
Yeah, I think I've done this part before. I just didn't do the finger part.
Huh. Makes sense. Nobody really thinks to go into the lava over there where it's dangerous.
Usually I go all the way no matter what. I just didn't do it that time. Ugh. That is why there's multiple playthroughs.
Hmm.
Oh, why didn't we just jump on that?
We could.
We missed our chance. We missed our chance.
Yeah.
Cameras still.
Let's go up. There's no, right here. Yeah.
Oh, I guess we could just do that.
Try it again.
Oh, no.
Did you go on the other side? You went on the other side.
I actually pressed stop.
Wow.
That did the most damage, but not in Treacle Mine Road. No, Keel kept the doors open and let the street inside. I wish I knew more about him. I'm told that in Pseudopolis he was considered to be slow, thoughtful, sensible. He certainly seems to have blossomed here. I inhumed a man who tried to nip him in the bud. Really? That doesn't sound like Sving. How much do I owe you? The young man called Havelock gave a shrug. Call it $1. That's very cheap. He was not worth more. I should warn you, though. Soon you may want to deal with Keel. Surely someone like him wouldn't sign with people like Winder or Sving. He is a side all by himself. He is a complication. You may think it best if he ceased to complicate. The rattling.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Oh, hi. What are you doing right there? Are you eating dirt?
I'm disappointed in myself.
You should be.
Just fucking jumped off. A fucking moron. It's only 600k, almost enough for one level up.
Damn. Nope, back in.
I think that's a little shit. I'm going all the way.
You crazy.
I'm a psychopath.
Bye bye.
Can I go? Oh no, definitely not. I think you're dead.
What did I do?
Oh, you got he is right on your ass.
Get in it. Get in it. I might die. Pages.
Oh no.
Page. Another page. Got him. And teachers always said books couldn't hurt you. I just got hurt by a page alone. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Don't die. Don't worry.
Alright, here we go. Check this out. I want to turn this fire off. Click.
Oh, with the... I can't. I guess that works too.
I'm not risking my life by trying to throw something at it. Ah! Stupid page!
You don't like those guys, do you?
They're mean and they hurt. Ah, what the hell? Someone... Why am I being called?
I'll protect you. Don't worry. Oh shit.
Yeah, yep.
Fire. Fire.
No, I'm fine.
What? Hey, go. God damn it.
Oh, now it goes down.
It's because I wasn't there.
Bad idea! I'm gonna die. Damn it! We're dead. Oh, I'm dead. You're fine.
I'm alive.
Need a heal?
Yeah, I didn't run back quick enough.
Damn it.
I should have healed up. I'm good.
of the coach underlined the silence this remark caused. It was moving through a richer part of the city now, where there was more light and the curfew, being poorer people, was less vigorously observed. The figure opposite the assassin stroked the cat on her lap.
No, you'll serve some purpose. Everyone is telling me about here. In a world where we all move in curves, he proceeds in a straight line. And going straight in a world of curves makes things happen. She stroked the cat. It yowled softly. It was ginger and had an expression of astonishing smugness, although periodically it scratched at its collar. On a different subject, what was that business with the book? I did not like to make too much notice. Oh, it was an extremely rare volume I was able to track down on the nature of concealment. That stupid hulk of a boy burned it. Yes, that was a piece of luck. I was afraid he might try to read it, although someone would have had to help him with the longer words. Was it valuable? Priceless, especially now it has been destroyed. It contained information of value, possibly involving the color darker green. Will you tell me? I could tell you, but then I would have to find someone to pay me to kill you. Then don't tell me. But I do think dog botherer is an unpleasant nickname. When your name is veterinary, madam, you're happy enough if it is merely dog botherer. Can you drop me off a little way from the guild, please? I'll have to go in via the roof. I have a tiger to attend before I go up to, well, you know, a tiger. How exciting. She stroked the cat again. You've found your way in yet? Veterinary shrugged. I've known my way for years, madam, but now he has half a regiment around the palace. 4 or 5 guards on each door, with irregular patrols and spot checks.
This thing's fun to play with.
I can't get through them. Only let me get inside, please. The men there are no problem.
The cat pawed at its collar.
Is it possible that he is allergic to diamonds?
Said Madam. She held up the cat.
Is allergic to diamonds then?
Havelock sighed, but inwardly, because he respected his aunt. He just wished she was a bit more sensible about cats. He felt instinctively that if you're going to fondle a cat while discussing matters of intrigue, that it should be a long-haired white one. It shouldn't be an elderly street tom with irregular bouts of flatulence.
What about the sergeant?
He said, shifting along the seat as politely as possible. The lady all in lilac lowered the cat gently onto the seat. There was a distressing smell.
I think I should meet Mr. Keel as soon as possible. Perhaps he can be harnessed. The party is tomorrow night. Do you mind opening the window?
A little later that night, Downey was walking unsteadily back to his study after a convivial time in the prefect's common room when he noticed that a torch had gone out. With a swiftness that might have surprised someone who saw no further than his flushed face and unsteady walk, he pulled out a dagger and scanned the corridor. He glanced up at the ceiling, too. There were grey shadows everywhere, but nothing more than that. Sometimes torches did go out all by themselves. He stepped forward. When he woke up in his bed the next morning, he put the headache down to some bad brandy, and some skag had painted an orange and black set of stripes on his face. It started to rain again. Vimes liked the rain. Street crime went down when it rained. People stayed indoors. Some of the best nights of his career had been rainy, when he stood in the shadows and the leaves of some building, head tucked in so there was barely anything showing between his helmet and his collar, listening to the silvery rustle of the rain. Once he was standing so quietly, so withdrawn, so not there, that a fleeing robber who'd evaded his pursuers had leaned against him to catch his breath. When Vimes had put his arms around him and whispered, "Gotcha," into his ear, the man had apparently done in his trousers what his dear mother, some 40 years before, had very patiently taught him not to do. The people had gone home. The sewn-up Gappy had been escorted to New Cobblers, where Fred Colon had patiently explained events to the man's parents with his big, round, red face radiating honesty. Lorne was possibly getting some news out of his bed. And the rain gurgled in the downpipes and gushed from the gargoyles and swirled in the gutters and deadened all sound.
The reason why I'm killing these guys, or farming these guys, is because I really want another one of their knives. Little baby boys have their own nice knives, but those giant dudes, they have better ones. Nice bloodied effect on them.
And useful stuff, Rain. Vimes picked up the bottle of Mrs. Arbiter's best ginger beer. He remembered it. It was as gassy as hell and therefore hugely popular. A young boy could, with encouragement and training, eventually manage to belch the whole first verse of the national anthem after just one swig. This is an important social attribute when you're 8 years old. He'd chosen Colon and Waddy for this task. It wasn't going to involve young Sam. It wasn't the planning. It was illegal as such. It was just that it had the same colour and smell as something illegal, and Vimes didn't want to have to explain. The cells were old, much older than the building above them. The iron cages were fairly new and didn't take up all the space. There were other cellars beyond an arch, containing nothing more than rats and rubbish, but importantly, they couldn't be seen from the cages. Vimes got the men to carry the dead bowman through. Nothing.
How's the audiobook? Also, hi there. It's going alright, you know, as books do. They do be slow, but this one's humorous every now and then. It's a very clever book. And the person who's reading it, alexgraham, he comes pretty close to the original recording for Terry Pratchett's Night Watch. Apparently, the reason why his voice is a little difficult is because of COVID. So he's not talking as well as he could be. But otherwise, it's going alright. So, what I've been doing this entire time is pretty much just going around helping people, getting my signs going. I was activating the blue cipher to get called in as a hunter, but looks like there's some dickheads that just keep on camping in the same area over and over again, so I can't really get any good fights in. That's annoying. That's why I turned that off. And the whole time I've been here, I kept on getting summoned by the same dude called Get Good. Hey, got another bloodstained dagger. Alright, I can move on. I've seen a couple Terry Pratchett books, never read them. Never been a book nerd. Neither have I. The only reason why I'm, like, listening to this thing is because Wasp wants me to, get me into this series. And I'm just like, I'll keep listening, but it's alright. Not much of a book fella myself. Also, nice Discord notifications in the background. I know, you're welcome. Adds to the vibe. Hell yeah.
It was the middle of the night. Filthy weather. No sense in waking
Back
up
to the
people
read.
at the mortuary when there was a nice cold cellar. He watched through the spy hole in the door as the body was taken past the cells. It caused a certain stir, especially in the first man he'd brought in. The other two had the look of men who'd seen a lot of bad stuff in the name of making money.
I guess I already activated that
They were
sign.
hired to steal or murder or be a copper. It was all the same to them. And they'd learned not to react too readily to deaths that weren't their own. The first man, though, was getting nervous. Vimes had nicknamed him Ferret.
Ferret. So what I've been doing this whole time while I'm listening to the audiobook and also waiting for it to be summoned, I've been going around catching any of these crucifixes that I may have missed. Stupid dogs literally jump from the trees. They must be Vietnamese. But a fucking bonsai on your ass. But yeah, the crucifixes, they allow me to get more places to be summoned from. Ooh. Did I never get that? Leather armor. Where is it? Leather armor. There it is. Huh. I never got that. Cool. I got new armor. Lightweight and battle-proven leather armor worn by a savvy soldier. Many admire the wearer of this armor for his chivalrous and forthright spirit. Isn't this Patches' armor? I could have sworn you're supposed to... Wait, hold on. Quick stop in for now, hope. To see you later. Well, thank you for stopping by, Doc. Appreciate you showing up, coming on by. Excuse me and my stutter. My brain is dumb, for lack of a better term. It's nice to see you drop in every now and then. Alright, let's look how to get this leather armor thing. Leather set is a lightweight armor set worn by Patches the Untethered. It is Patches' armor. So it'll drop if he's killed by the player. Easiest time to do this. Blah blah blah. Black lose the revolves and the can't. Blah 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 blah. The black hood can be found in a chest behind a. I already have that one. Okay. Apparently, the black hood is part of it. Scenic Isle Grace and Leonia at Scenic Isle Grace. Is that where I'm at? No. I don't know. Weird. Huh. Rat, by the way, offered betrayal. Cool.
He was the best dressed of the three, all in black. The dagger had been expensive, and Vimes had noticed he had a silver death's head ring on one finger.
Alright.
The other two had dressed nondescript, and their weapons had been workmanlike. Nothing much to look at, but well used.
What type of
Nothing
ring?
much. The two had dressed silver death's head ring on one
Silver
finger.
death's head ring.
The other two had dressed nondescript, and their weapons had been workmanlike. Nothing much to look at, but well used. No real assassin would wear jewelry at work. It was dangerous, and it shone. But Ferret wanted to be a big man. He probably checked himself in the mirror before he went out to make sure he looked cool. He was the sort of little twerp that got a kick out of showing his dagger to women in bars. Ferret, in short, had big dreams. Ferret had an imagination. Well, a good imagination's fine. The watchman returned and picked up the packages Vimes had prepared. Remember, we do it fast. They're worried, they're tired. No one's come for them, and they've just seen a very dead colleague. We don't want to give the first two time to think. Understand? They nodded. And we leave the little one until last. I want him to have lots of time. Ferret was considering his prospects. Regrettably, this didn't take long. He'd already had a row with the other two. Some rescue team they'd been. They weren't even dressed right. But the Brown Jobs hadn't done things as per spec. Everyone knew they'd backed away. They weren't supposed to fight back or show any kind of intelligence. The main cell door was flung back.
It's ginger beer time,
roared someone. The watchman ran through with a box of bottles and disappeared into the rooms beyond. There wasn't much light in here. Ferret cowered against the wall and saw two watchmen unlock the cell next door, drag the shackled occupant upright and out into the cellar, and then hustle him around the corner. The voices had a slight echo.
Hold him down, mind his legs. Right, let's have the bottle. Give it a proper shake, otherwise it won't work. Okay, Fred, anything you want to tell us? Your name? No? Well, it's like this. Right now, we don't care a whole lot if you talk or not. There was a loud pop, a hiss, and then a scream, an explosion of agony. After it had died away, the trembling Ferret heard someone say, Quick,
I'm fine.
get the next one before the captain catches
I'm fine.
us.
He cringed back as two watchmen rushed into the next cell, dragging out the struggling prisoner and hustling him into the darkness. All right, one chance. You gonna talk? Yes? No? Too late. Once again the pop. Once again the hiss. Once again the scream. It was louder and longer this time and ended in a kind of bubbling sound. Ferret crouched against the wall, fingers in his mouth. Around the corner, sitting in the light of one lantern, Colon nudged Vimes, wrinkled his nose, and pointed down. There was a gully that ran between all the cells as a primitive sop to hygiene. Now a thin trickle was inching its way along it. Ferret was nervous. Gotcha, thought Vimes, but a good imagination needs a little more time. He leaned forward and the other two moved closer expectantly. So, have you boys had your holidays yet this year? After a few minutes of very small talk, he stood up and strode around to the last occupied cell, unlocked the door and grabbed Ferret, who was trying to squeeze into a corner.
No, please, I'll tell you whatever you want to know,
the man yelled. Really? What's the orbital velocity of the moon?
What?
Oh, you'd like something simpler, said Vimes, dragging the man out of the cell. Fred, Waddy, he wants to talk. Bring a notebook. It took half an hour. Fred Colon wasn't a fast writer, and when the painful sound of his efforts concluded with the stab of his last full stop, Vimes said, Okay, sir, and now you write down at the end of it, I, Gerald Lee. Leastways, currently staying at the Young Men's Pagan Association, and making this statement of my own free will and not under duress. Then you sign it. Or else. Got it?
Yes, sir.
The initials GL had been inscribed on the dagger. Vimes believed them. He'd met plenty of leastwaysers in his career, and they tended to spill their guts at the mere thought of spilling their guts, and when they did, you got everything. Anyone who had seen the ginger beer trick used on someone else would confess to anything. Well now, thank you for your cooperation. Want a lift to Cable Street? Ferret's expression, if not his mouth, said,
Huh?
"We've got to drop off your friends," Vimes went on, raising his voice slightly. "Todsy and Muffer. We'll drop the dead one off at the mortuary. Just a bit of paperwork for you." He nodded at Colon. "One copy of your helpful statement, one certificate of death from the pox doctor for the late mystery man, and rest assured we'll try to track down his murderer. A chitty from Mossy about the ointment he put on Muffer's feet. Oh, and a receipt for 6 bottles of ginger beer." He put a hand on Ferret's shoulder and gently walked him round into the next cellar, where Todsy and Muffer were sitting gagged, bound, and livid with rage. On a table nearby was a box containing 6 flagons of ginger beer. The corks were still heavily wired down. Ferret stared at Vimes, who inserted a finger into his mouth, blew up his cheeks, and flicked out the finger with a loud pop. Waddy hissed between his teeth. Fred Colon opened his mouth, but Vimes clamped his hand over it. "No, don't. Funny thing, Gerald, but Fred here just screams out loud at times for no reason at all."
You tricked me.
Vimes patted him on the shoulder. "Tricked? How so, Gerald?"
You made me think you were doing the ginger beer trick.
"Ginger beer trick? What's that, then?"
You know, you brought the bloody stuff down here.
"We don't drink alcohol on duty, Gerald," said Vimes severely. "What's wrong with a little ginger beer? We don't know any tricks with the stuff, Gerald. What tricks do you know? Seen any good tricks lately, Gerald? Do tell." At last it dawned on Ferret that he should stop talking. It was about half an hour too late. The expressions on what could be seen of the faces of Todsy and Muffer suggested that they wanted a very personal word with him.
I demand protective custody,
he managed. "Just when I'm letting you go, Gerald. As you said in your statement. What was it, Fred? Oh, something about just obeying orders, wasn't it? All that stuff about mixing with the mobs and throwing things at coppers and soldiers. You didn't want to do that, I know. You didn't like being round in Cable Street watching people being beaten up and being told what to confess to, because it's plain to me that you're not that sort. You're small fry. I understand that. I say we call it quits. How about you?"
please. I'll tell you all that I know.
"You mean you haven't?" Vimes spun round and grabbed a bottle.
Yes, no, I mean, if I sit here quiet, I'm sure I'll remember something more.
Vimes held his gaze for a moment and then dropped the bottle back in the crate. "All right, it'll be $1 a day. Meals are extra."
Right you are, sir.
Vimes watched Ferret scuttle back into his cell and shut the door behind him. Then he turned to Fred and Waddy. "Go and wake up Marilyn. Let's deliver the other 3. The rain was falling steadily and the thin mist filled Cable Street. The wagon came out of nowhere. Fred had urged Marilyn into something approaching a canter down the street, and when the horse came around the corner, she was trying to keep ahead of the heavy, rumbling cart behind. As the hurry-up wagon passed the station, the rear door was flung open and 2 bodies tumbled out onto the wet cobbles. The guards rushed forward. 1 or 2 of them fired after the retreating cart, but the arrows clattered harmlessly off the black iron strips. The other men approached the tied-up bodies with some care. There were groans, punctuated by swear words, and, pinned to one man, some paperwork. They read the note. They didn't laugh. Vimes unharnessed the old horse, rubbed her down and checked on her feed. Perhaps it was his imagination, but the feed bin seemed fuller than they had been. Guilty consciences were at work, perhaps. Then he walked out into the cool night air. The lights were on in the watch house. It was a beacon now that the street lamps had been doused. Beyond the walls of the yard, the real night had closed in. The old night, with its tendrils of fog and crawling shadows. He relaxed and wore it like an overcoat. The shadow near the gate was deeper than it ought to be. He felt for his cigar case again, cursed, and pulled a cigar out of his shirt sleeve. He cupped his hands when he lit it, but kept his eyes tight shut to hold the night vision. Then he looked up and blew a smoke ring. Yes, everyone thinks black doesn't show up at night. They're wrong. He walked over to shut the gate and then pulled out his sword in one fluid movement. Sadie raised her head, revealing a pale oval of her face in the depths of her bonnet.
Good morning, kind sir,
she said. Good morning, Sadie. To what do I owe this pleasure?
Madam wants to see you, kind sir.
If you mean Rosie, I've been a bit busy. Dottie's handbag hit him on the back of the head.
Madam doesn't like waiting, dearie,
were the last words he heard before night closed in all the way.
They must have patched it, or this is only openable when you
experts. Probably not even
get that part of the quest
off with such precision.
ready.
Vimes drifted awake. He was in an armchair. It was an extremely comfortable armchair, and someone was shaking him. It was Sandra, the real seamstress. She stared at him and said,
"He looks okay."
Then she stepped back, sat down in another chair and aimed a crossbow at him. You know, said Vimes, it really was a very comfortable chair and reminded him of the softness that had gone from his life in the past few days. It hadn't all been bad. If someone wants to talk to me, they only have to bloody well ask.
Sadie said you'd only be out for 10 minutes, but then you started to snore, so we thought we'd let you sleep for a while.
Said Rosie Palm, stepping into view. She was wearing a red off-the-shoulder evening dress, an impressively large wig, and quite a lot of jewellery.
Yes, it costs quite a lot of money to look as cheap as this, Sergeant,
she said, catching his expression.
I can't stop. I must go and talk with people. Now, if you...
Snapcase has promised you ladies that you'll be allowed to form a guild, right? Said Vimes. It was another cheating move, but he was fed up with waking up in odd places. Yes, I thought so. And you believe him? It's not going to happen. When he's the patrician, he'll look right through you. You'll end up looking through everything, he added to himself. Mad Lord Snapcase. Just another winder, but with fancier waistcoats and more chins. Same cronyism, same piggy ways, same stupid arrogance. One more leech in a line of leeches that'll make veterinary seem like a breath of clean air. Ah, veterinary. Yes, he'll be around here somewhere too, no doubt. Learning that little expression he has, which never, ever gives you a clue what he's thinking.
I feel like the more likely story here is that they probably patched it. Sad.
But he'll be the one to give you the guild you want so much. He's here somewhere. I know it. Don't expect anything from Snapcase, he said aloud. Remember, there were people who thought Winder was the future too. He derived some minor pleasure from seeing the look on Rosie Palm's face. At last, she said,
Give him a drink, Sandra.
Sad.
If you lose, shoot his eye out. I'll let Madam know.
Do you expect me to...
You got me killed! You bastard!
Sandra has a very useful streak of belligerence.
I'm blaming
Was
you.
being impolite yesterday, and she came running in and...
Now that's
you'd be
sad.
amazed at what she did with her mushroom.
Vimes eyed the crossbow. The girl had a very steady hand. I don't think I quite understand, he began. It's a wooden thing to make it easier to darn socks.
Like when I got Moonveil a day before the patch. What do you mean? Is it stronger now or something? Or no, it got weaker, didn't it? I bet. I do tend to get people killed. It's probably all that bad luck that you have. I'm sure you have a lot of it. Don't like it when other people's bad luck rubs off on me. Really grinds my gears. Ugh. I'm sorry for your loss of good luck. And so I shall wish you luck. Good luck. I thought I did open that on this playthrough.
Hit him behind the ear with it. Vimes gave her a blank look for a while and then said, Fine. Fine. I'm sitting very still, believe me. Good, said Rosie. She swept out, and it was a real sweep. The dress brushed
Triple kill,
around.
baby!
There were big, expensive double doors. When she opened them, the noise of a meeting filled the room. There was conversation, the smell of cigar smoke and alcohol, and the voice said, To change the dominant epistem, before the doors breathed shut. Vimes stayed seated. He was getting attached to the chair, and on current showing, someone was likely to hit him again soon. Sandra, still holding the bow, placed a very large glass of whiskey beside him. You know...
That's why I live in Vegas. I am a great cooler. Step up to a player and I give them bad luck. Oh boy. That's how you make that money. Sweet paper, keep them coming around so that they keep getting stuff. I honestly don't know what a cooler is. Have I really not been through that bit? What is this cooler you speak of? Enlighten me, Levagus. The only thing that's nice about that place is the air conditioning in the buildings. Everything else is just sort of meh. Yeah, there's stuff to do, like gamble away your money, and they do have that HyperX gaming place that they got, like, I think it was a couple years ago. Well, but when they first started, when I went there, it was like when they first opened up, pretty much. They didn't have too many games, and when you did go over there, this was back when I, around the time when I had a girlfriend. The last girlfriend that I had. I went to visit her over there to Vegas. First time I ever, like, actually went anywhere on my own. I took a Greyhound. This was the first time I did anything like that. This was because, well, I actually liked the lady. Sadly, things didn't work out. Because, well, complications that I do not really want to go over. Because I've already gone over them with friends before and I don't really like mentioning it. But anyway, while I was on the way over there to the Vegas before any of the HyperX shit. It was a lovely drive. A really lovely drive. Nice and calm, relaxing. There's air conditioning. And it was only a little bit stuffy in the public Greyhound. But, there was a couple stops that we had. One of them was in this weird duplex place where there's just a shit ton of fucking stores and stuff all in one place. Kind of like a swap meet, but with actual brands like McDonald's and fucking Big Five and all that shit. So like big names were all up in this little area in like a swap meet type store. And it was so weird walking into like a KFC and smelling McDonald's and fucking In and Out at the same time while shopping for like clothes and shit. It was really cool because it was also by a decommissioned train. I love trains. Never mind. Off the topic of trains, they'll get me off topic. So anyway, the HyperX place. We finally get over there, you know, leaving the hotel, and so we go into this casino. I'm like, where are we going over here? I don't understand. This was like her surprise to me. Sadly, it was a disappointing one. As it usually is. But mostly because of me. See, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. We were in this casino. Eventually, we get near the end of it. And there was this little weird room that you could go through. And it said HyperX, some shit. I don't fucking remember what the other word is. I was like, oh hey, I know of HyperX. They make decent headphones. So we went in there, and she was like, oh, this is the surprise that I had without I had planned and whatever, all this yada yada. Get fucking eating, you stupid dog. But yeah, we go in. Apparently they have a bar over there, which is pretty nice. Sadly, they didn't really have anything at all. It was rather dry for a bar. So we only got like one drink that was available. We got our an account set up over at the counter where they set you up with an account to go on their computers and start gaming. And so when we went on the fucking computers to, you know, play games, well, we were spending most of the time looking through all the games and seeing how pretty garbage they were. Now, I know that people like Apex Legends, but it's just a weird, shittier version of Titanfall. It's literally Titanfall. Same universe. I don't care what anyone says. They say it's part of it. It has all the characters, the mechanics, everything from Titanfall. It's pretty much a shittier version of Titanfall. Apex Legends, to me, is like Battlefield 2042 for Battlefield players. That's what it's like, and I don't like it. People can like the game if they want, but I didn't like it. Yeah, and then there was like Dota and League. Like what? Apparently they do competitions and shit, and for some reason people like League competitions. I don't get it. It looks boring as fuck. But whatever. And so eventually we go around to picking Apex Legends because it's like the most tolerable looking one there. And it turns out it needed to be updated. And so I tried to update that. Alright, we're going to be here a while. You know, the longer we stay, the more we pay, which kind of sucks. So we only paid for like an hour, or I paid for an hour. And this was also around the time when I had a job. Oh boy, I missed that one. It was such light work. I liked it there, but they didn't like me. Anyway, so yeah, that game had to be updated, so we decided to wait for a while. Turns out the internet was complete shit because, you know, it had to support not only the computer that I was using, but also the computers all around. And I think they got like the cheapest one because it was not fast at all, and there was hardly anyone there. So you would expect like any good Wi-Fi to you know, do well, download quick. Didn't. Still taking forever. Probably gonna literally take longer than we paid for. And so I'm gonna die. And so decided, alright, I guess I'll try another one of these other terrible games. So I tried to get on another terrible game, had me sign in to this terrible game, had me make an account, I forget what it was, didn't care, wanted to play something, you know? I'm at a game place, wanted to play a game. And so, turns out, guess what? It also needed to update. And so I went and checked other computers. Turns out they also needed to update before we can play. And there was just a whole fucking kerfuffle with like every single one of them having needed to update. I'm like, oh, I can't fucking sit here for all this time. Why don't they update their fucking shit? I don't understand. And so it was just a complete waste of time and money to go over there and make an account because they didn't upgrade their own shit. Isn't that something you're supposed to do, like, before you fucking open up? And they didn't. I would expect them to do that before they open up. This is actually the first time I ever heard of, like, you know, kind of like a LAN party-esque type of thing, except it's Wi-Fi. But, like, you would think, yeah, maybe we should update before opening up. This should probably be a good rule. They didn't do it. And so I would either have to wait a whole ass hour just to see if any of these fucking things would finish updating. And guess what? I tried to. But now, none of the games would even come close to finishing updating. Not even if it was just focusing on one. It was just terrible experience all around. While when running Windows 2001, oh boy. Yeah, man, it is fucking shit. Old mob turn for a person who gives bad luck professionally. Ah. Victor, I don't know. Disappointment. All friend. Yep, Titanfall 3 needs to happen. It does. Titanfall 3 definitely needs to happen. Oh, man. I wish they would. I feel like they would do such a good job, too. With all the experience that they have. Alright, back to the read.
In times to come, people will wonder how all those weapons got smuggled around the city.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
And it's because the lads in the watch never bother about the seamstresses, curfew or no curfew, said Vimes, staring at the whiskey. Or posh coaches, he added. A watchman can get into real trouble if he tries that. He could smell the stuff from here. It was the good stuff from the mountains, not the local rubbish.
So I was right. You do keep them coming. You do keep them fucking...
Are you one of us?
I I doubt it.
playing more.
But you don't know who we are. I still doubt it. Then he was aware of the doors.
I didn't even know that was an actual thing.
Long dress.
Ow.
Sergeant Keel, I've heard so much about you. Please leave us, son. I'm sure a good sergeant can be trusted with a lady.
Madam was only a little shorter than Vimes.
Ma'am, please
Could be
back
from
off.
Genoa, he thought, or spent a lot of time there. Trace of it in the accent. Brown eyes, brown hair, but a woman's hair can be any colour tomorrow, and a purple dress like that looked expensive the most. An expression that said quite clearly that the owner knew what was going to happen and was going along with things just to make sure.
Do not forget the intricately painted fingernails. But if you're trying to guess my weight, don't expect to get any help from me. You can call me Madam.
She sat down in a chair opposite him, put her hands together and stared at him over the top of them.
Who are you working for?
She said, I'm an officer of the city watch, brought here under duress, madam.
The woman waved a hand. You're free to go whenever you wish.
It's a comfy chair, said Vimes. He was damned if he'd be dismissed. Are you really from Genoa?
Are you really from Pseudopolis? I find personally that
Holy
it pays
shit, that's
to
a strong
never be
wind.
from
Hell yeah.
somewhere close at hand. It makes life so much easier. But I have spent a lot of time in Genoa where I have business interests.
Yeah.
She smiled at him.
And now you're thinking old seamstress, no doubt.
Actually, I was thinking
Pimp.
bespoke tailoring, said Vimes. She burst out laughing. But mostly, I was thinking revolutionary.
Uh-oh.
Come, Sergeant, continue. Do you mind if I have some champagne? I'd offer you some, but I understand that you do not drink.
Vimes glanced at the brimming whiskey glass beside him.
We were just checking,
said Madam, hauling a large bottle out of an industrial capacity ice bucket.
You're not a sergeant. Rosie was right. You've been an officer. More than just any old officer, too. You're so composed, Sergeant Keel. Here you are in a big house, in a lady's boudoir, with a woman of uneasy virtue.
Ew.
Madam upended the bottle into what appeared to be a blue mug with a teddy bear on it.
And yet, you appear unfussed. Where are you from? You may smoke, by the way.
Somewhere a long way off.
Uberwald?
No.
I have business interests in Uberwald. Alas, the situation there is becoming quite unstable.
Right, I see. And you'd like to have the significant pause type of business interests in Ankh-Morpork, I expect. If it can be stabilized.
Very good. Let us say that I think this city has a wonderful future and that I would like to be part of it, and that you are remarkably perspicacious.
No, I'm very simple. I just know how things work. I just follow the money. Winder is a madman, and that's not good for business. His cronies are criminals, and that's not good for business. A new patrician will need new friends, far-sighted people who want to be part of a wonderful future. One that's good for business. That's how it goes. Meetings in rooms, a little diplomacy, a little give and take, a promise here, an understanding there. That's how real revolutions happen. All that stuff in the streets is just froth. Vimes nodded to the doors. Guests for a late supper. Was that Dr. Follett's voice? The clever man they call him. You pick the right side. If you've got the big guilds with you, Winder is a dead man walking. But Snapcase won't do you much good.
Many people have great hopes of him.
What do you think?
I think he's a scheming, self-serving fool, but he's the best there is at the moment. And where do you come in, Sergeant?
me, I'm staying outside. You've got nothing that I want.
You don't want anything?
I want lots of things, my lady, but you can't give them to me.
How would you like to be back in command?
Uh-oh.
Question
Back in
like
command.
Mama. This was history. She couldn't know. How could she know?
Ah,
Said Madam, who had watched his expression.
Rosemary did say thieves took some very expensive armor off you. Fit for a general, she said.
She opened another bottle. Bottle too, Vimes noticed through the shock. None of that amateur business with rocketing corks and wasted bubbles.
Wouldn't that be strange if it was true? A street-fighting man is the manner of a commander and the breastplate of a leader.
Vimes stared straight ahead.
And who needs to know how he got here?
Said Madam to the air in general.
We could take the view that here at last is a man who could truly take command of the city watch.
The first thought that fizzed in Vimes' head like champagne
the
was, bloody hell,
priest
I
dude.
could do it. Chuck swing out on his ass, promote some decent sergeants. The second thought was, in this city, under Snapcase, now, we'd just be another gang. The third thought was, this is insane. It can't happen. It never did happen. You want to go home to Sybil. Thoughts 1 and 2 shuffled out of the way, feeling ashamed of themselves and mumbling, yeah, right. Sybil, yeah, obviously, right. Sorry. Until they faded into silence.
I have always had a talent for seeing promise,
Said Madam, while he still stared at nothing. The fourth thought rose in the darkness like some ugly creature from the depths. You didn't think about Sybil until thought 3, it whispered. He blinked.
You know the city needs...
I want to go home. I'm gonna finish the job that's in front of me, and then I'm going home. That is what I am going to do.
There are those who would say that if you are not for us, you are against us.
For you? For what? For anything? No, I'm not the winder either. I'm not supposed to be for the people, and I don't take bribes, not even if Sandra threatens me with a toadstool.
I believe
for the
it
peace.
was a mushroom. Oh dear,
The lady gave him a smile.
you are incorruptible.
Oh dear, here we go again, thought Vimes. Why did I wait until I was married to become strangely attracted to powerful women? Why didn't it happen to me when I was 16? I could have done with it then. He tried to glare, but that probably only made matters worse,
I have met a few incorruptible men
said Madame Meserole.
that tend to die horrible deaths. The world balances out, you see. A corrupt man in a good world, or a good man in a corrupt one. The equation comes out the same way. The world does not deal well with those that do not pick a side.
I like the middle.
That gives you two enemies. I'm amazed that you can
Same.
afford so many on a
I also like
sergeant's
the
pay.
middle.
Please, think of what you could be giving up.
I am.
The middle is
I'm
nice.
not going to help people die just to replace one fool with another.
Hell yeah.
Then there is the door behind you, Sergeant. I am very sorry we could not
Do business.
I was going to say reach a mutually beneficial agreement.
Damn it.
We are not very far from your watch house. I wish you luck.
She nodded towards the door.
Such a shame.
She said and sighed. Vimes stepped out into the rainy night and shifted his weight from foot to foot and then took a few experimental steps. Corner of Easy and Treacle Mine. Mix of flat-top cobbles and old bricks. Yeah. He went home.
I'll be right back. I need the restroom. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Let's continue the little reading video.
Madam stared at the closed door for a while and then turned as the candles flickered slightly.
You really are very good. How long have you been there?
Havelock Veterinary stepped out of the shadow in the corner. He wasn't wearing official assassin's black, but loose clothes that were no real colour at all, just nondescript shades of grey.
I have been there quite long enough,
He said, sprawling into the chair that Vimes had so recently vacated.
Not even the ants noticed you. People look but don't see. The trick is to help them see nothing. But I think Gil would have seen me if I hadn't been over here. He stares into shadows. Interesting. He is a very angry man. And you just made him angrier. I believe you'll get your diversion. Yes, I believe so too.
Madam leaned over and patted him on the knee.
There, your aunt thinks of everything.
She stood up.
I'd better go and entertain my guests. I am a very entertaining person. By tomorrow night, Lord Winder will not have many friends.
She drained her mug of champagne.
Dr. Follett is such a charming man, don't you think? Is that his own hair, do you know? I have not sought the opportunity to find out.
I did it.
To get you drunk. Yes,
Alright.
you have to admire him. They say he can play a mean lute. Fascinating.
She set her face into a genuine smile of pleasure and opened the big double doors at the other end of the room.
A doctor,
She said, stepping into the haze of smoke.
a little more champagne.
Vimes slept in a corner, standing up. It was an old trick, shared by night watchmen and horses. It wasn't exactly sleep. You'd die if you tried to keep it up for more than a few nights, but it took some of the tiredness away. A few of the other men had already mastered the trick. Others made use of tables or benches.
Did they patch
No one
it?
seemed inclined to go home, even when a sort of dawn suffused the rain and Snouty came in with a cauldron of fearsome porridge. Vimes opened his eyes.
No, mug of tea, Sarge. Stewed for an hour and two sugars.
You're a lifesaver, Snouty, said Vimes, clasping it like the elixir of life.
And there's some kid outside says he's got to speak to you. Specially. Shall I give him a clip alongside the head?
What does he smell like? Said Vimes, sipping the scalding, corrosive tea.
Bottom of a baboon's cage, Sarge.
Nobby Knobs. I'll go out and see him. Bring him a big bowl of porridge, will you? Snouty looked uncomfortable about this.
If you'll take my advice, Sarge, it don't pay to encourage kids like him.
See these stripes, Snouty? Well done. A big bowl. Vimes took his tea out into the damp yard where Nobby was lurking against the wall. There were hints that it was going to be a sunny day. That should bring things on after the overnight rain. The lilacs, for example. What's happening, Nobby? Nobby waited a moment to see if a coin was going to be forthcoming.
Pretty bad everywhere, Sarge,
He said, giving up for now, but remaining hopeful.
Constable got killed in lobbing clout.
Hit by a stone, people say. Someone got their ear cut off because of the fighting up in Nap Hill. Cavalry charge, Sarge. Running fights everywhere. All the watch houses got hit bad. Vimes listened gloomily to the list. It was the usual bloody business. Angry, frightened people on both sides, all crushed up together. It could only get worse. Nap Hill and Dolly Sisters sounded like war zones already.
Oh no!
See the little angels rise up high.
Oh, there you go.
Anything happening Cable Street? He said. Just a few people. Bit of shouting and running away, that sort of thing. Right, said Vimes. Even a mob wasn't that stupid. It was still only the kids and the hotheads and the drunks for now. But it would get worse. You'd have to be really mad to attack the unmentionables. There's bad stuff happening everywhere. Except here, of course. We're well out of it. No, thought Vimes.
Alright, I'll go the normal
It'll
way.
pivot on us in the end.
I give up.
Snouty emerged from the watchhouse's rear door carrying a big bowl of porridge with a spoon stuck in it. Vimes nodded towards Nobby. The bowl was handed over with extreme reluctance. Sarge, said Snouty, keeping his eye on the spoon as the boy ate, or more correctly, gobbled the stuff. Yes, Snouty.
Sounds like me.
Have we got any orders? I don't know. Is the captain here? That's it, Sarge. A runner came last night with an envelope for the captain, and I took it up there, and there was the captain waiting, so I thought, this is funny. I thought, he's not normally in this early. Faster, please, Snouty, said Vimes as the man started to watch the oscillating spoon again. Well, I took him up his cocoa later on, and he was just sitting there, staring right at nothing. He said, thank you, Snouty, when I gave him the cocoa. No, always very polite in that respect, but when I went up just now, he was gone. He's an old man, Snouty. You can't expect him to be here all the time. But so's his inkwell, Sarge. He never took it home before. Vimes saw that Snouty's eyes were more red-rimmed than usual. He sighed. Any sign of the envelope? No, Sarge, said Snouty, glancing again at the spoon in Nobby's hand. It was a very cheap one, Vimes noted, made of some pot metal. In that case, we just keep the peace, Snouty. Not a lot of that about, Sarge. We'll have to see what we can find. Come with me. Snouty looked reluctant. Just want to keep an eye on the spoon, Sarge. We've only got 5 left, and kids like that one will pinch them. He can keep the damn spoon. Spoons are not important at this point. Nobby downed the last scalding mouthful, stuck the spoon in his pocket, stuck out a porridge-laden tongue at Snouty, dropped the bowl on the ground, and took to his heels. Vimes strode back into the office, picked up the porridge ladle and rattled it on the sides of the empty cauldron. Heads looked up. All right, my sons, this is what we're going to do.
My sons,
All married men
wow.
have got permission to nip home for an hour to stop your wives fretting. The rest of you get unpaid overtime. Anyone surprised?
Hold on.
Wiglet raised a hand.
Wait a minute.
Looked up. All right, my sons, this is what we're going to do. All married men have got permission to nip home for an hour to stop your wives fretting. The rest of you go on unpaid overtime. Anyone surprised? Wiglet raised a hand.
Keeping your
We've all
wives
got
from
families,
fretting.
Sarge, and the best thing you can do for them is make sure there's a bit of law around the place. We don't know what's been happening in the other divisions, except that it sounds bad. So this house is staying open, understand? Day and night. Yes, Lance Constable. But our mum will be worrying, Sarge. Vimes hesitated, but only for a moment. Snouty will nip out with any messages you have, lad. The same goes for anyone else. We're going to go out on patrol soon. Yeah, I know, we're the Night Watch. So what? It's looking pretty black to me at the moment. Lance Constable, come on out in the yard, will you? Vimes walked back out into the morning. In theory, one of the
And that's why I keep
purposes of the yard
spells.
was training. It was seldom used for that. The Night Watch eschewed violence as a rule. When threats or superior numbers had no effect, they preferred to run. There were some mouldering targets in a shed, along with some straw men for stabbing practice. Vimes tugged them out onto the
Stabbing
cobbles as
practice.
the Lance Constable appeared behind him. I thought you said these things were useless,
Hell yeah.
Sarge. They are. I've just put them here for you to land on. You're walking around, Sam, with a weapon you don't know how to use. That's worse than walking around knowing how to use a weapon, but not having one. A man with a weapon he doesn't know how to use is likely to have it shoved where the sun does not shine. He took off his breastplate and helmet and tossed his sword belt into a corner. All right, attack me, he said. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that some of the men had wandered into the yard and were watching. I can't just stab you, Sarge. No, but I'd like you to try. Sam hesitated again. I wasn't entirely stupid, Vimes thought. You're grinning, Sarge, said Sam. Well, just grinning and standing there, Sarge. I know I'm gonna get a hiding because you haven't got a sword and you're grinning. Worried about getting blood on your nice sword, lad. All right, throw it away. Feel better? You were in a gang, right? Of course you were. Everyone was. And you're still alive, so you must have learned how to fight. Yes, Sarge, but that was, dirty fighting. We're dirty people. Do your worst. I don't want to hurt you, Sarge. That's your first mistake. Sam span and lashed out. Vimes stepped back, caught the foot, and helped it on its journey upwards. I was quick too, he thought as Sam landed flat on his back. And not too bad at cunning, but I've learned artful since then. It showed in your eyes, he said to the sprawling Sam, but you've got hold of the basic idea. There are no rules. He sensed the change behind him. It included the very muffled sound of a chuckle. He glanced back at Sam, who was looking past him. The blow was a neat one to the back of where the head would have been if Vimes hadn't stepped smartly sideways. As it was, he turned and grabbed the arm and looked into the face of Ned Coates. Nice day off, Ned. Yes, Sarge, thank you. Just wanted to see how good you were. He elbowed Vimes in the stomach and twisted away. There was some murmuring from the watchers, but Vimes, bent double and with tears running from his eyes, raised a hand. No, it was fair enough, fair enough. We've all got something to learn. He put his hands on his knees, wheezing a little more theatrically than he needed to. He was impressed that Ned wasn't falling for it. The man did bumps in the stomach and not too bad at
I want to hear that again.
but I've learned artful since then. It showed in your eyes, he said to the sprawling Sam, but you've got hold of the basic idea. There are no rules. He sensed the change behind him. It included the very muffled sound of a chuckle. He glanced back at Sam, who was looking past him. The blow was a neat one to the back of where the head would have been if Vimes hadn't stepped smartly sideways. As it was, he turned and grabbed the arm and looked into the face of Ned Coates. Nice day off, Ned. Yes, Sarge, thank you. Just wanted to see how good you were. He elbowed Vimes in the stomach and twisted away. There was some murmuring from the watchers, but Vimes, bent double and with tears running from his eyes, raised a hand. No, it was fair enough, fair enough. We've all got something to learn. He put his hands on his knees, wheezing a little more theatrically than he needed to. He was impressed that Ned wasn't falling for it. The man kept his distance, circling slowly. He was holding his truncheon. A less experienced fighter would have come to check that old Sarge was all right and would have suffered for it. That's right, Sarge. I want to see what you can teach me. Sam's too trusting. Vimes' mind rifled desperately through options. So, Sarge, what would you do, Sarge, if you were unarmed and a man came at you with a truncheon? Get armed quick, thought Vimes. If I thought he was as good as you. He ducked and rolled. Ned missed that. When Vimes started to move right, he'd concentrated on the left, on the basis that from someone like Vimes, the first move had to be a feint. By the time he caught himself and turned, Vimes had grabbed his scabbard and was rising, sword sliding out. Oh, raising the stakes. Good lesson, Sarge, said Ned. He drew his own sword. It gleamed. Most of the watch swords would have had difficulty cutting butter. Now we're level again. What next, Sarge? They circled. Blimey, thought Vimes. Who taught him? And he's grinning, and no wonder. This isn't a contest. He knows I can't cut him, not like this, not in front of everyone. He can accidentally hit me and get away with it, but a sergeant's supposed to know better, and we can't raise the stakes any higher. Hold on. He hurled the sword at the wall. It stuck in by sheer luck. That impressed the watchers. Got to give you a chance, Ned, he said, moving away. You can always learn, Vimes thought. He remembered Gussie Two Grins. Sam wouldn't run into him for 5 years or so yet. It would be a real education. Two Grins was the dirtiest fighter that Vimes had ever met. Anything was a weapon. Anywhere was a target.
Hell yeah.
Two Grins was a kind of genius in that limited area.
Yeah, always.
He could see the weapon in anything.
Same.
A wall, a cloth, a piece of fruit.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't even a very big man. He was small and wiry. But he liked fighting big men on the basis that there was more of them to bite. After a few drinks, though, it was hard to know what Two Grins was fighting. He'd fight the man next to him simply as a substitute for kneeing the whole universe in the groin. He'd been called Two Grins ever since someone glassed him in the face. Gussie had been so marinated in adrenaline at that point that he regarded this as a mere detail. The scar had left a happy, smiley face. Vimes had learned a lot from Gussie Two Grins. What's this about? He murmured, just loud enough for Ned to hear. Just want to find out what you know, Sarge, said Ned, still circling. Seems to me you know too much. He lunged. Vimes darted back, flailed with the scabbard like a man with no hope, and as Ned laughed and leaned out of his way, shifted his grip on the stiff leather. I've got the helmet on as per regulations, and the armor. Hard to punch me out, Sarge. Even with detritus yelling at them, not one watchman in 7 really used a sword properly. Ned did. There weren't many openings. Oh well, time for artful. He took a step back, stopped, and saw what was happening behind Coates. He tried to hide it, but he couldn't stop the momentary flash of relief in his eyes. Coates couldn't stop the momentary flicker of attention. Vimes punched up, the scabbard an extension of his arm. The stiff leather caught the man under the chin, thrusting his head back. Then the leather was brought down on the sword hand, and, as an afterthought, Vimes kicked Ned on the shin just enough to make him collapse. He'd always had an allergy to edged weapons too near to his face. Well done. Nice try, he said, and turned his back and faced the crowd. To the sound of gurgling behind him, he said, Anything's a weapon used right. Your bell is a club. Anything that pokes the other man hard enough to give you more time is a good thing. Never, ever threaten anyone with your sword unless you really mean it. Because if he calls your bluff, you suddenly don't have many choices, and they're all the wrong ones. Do not be frightened to use what you learned when you were kids. We don't get marks for playing fair. And for close-up fighting as your senior sergeant, I explicitly forbid you to investigate the range of koshers, blackjacks, and brass knuckles sold by Mrs. Goodbody at number 8 Easy Street. A range of prices to suit all pockets. And should any of you approach me privately, I absolutely will not demonstrate a variety of specialist blows suitable for these useful yet tricky instruments.
Ooh.
Right.
Definitely won't, right?
I want you all out here with your truncheons in 2 minutes. You think it's just a silly club? I will show you otherwise. Jump to it. He turned to the stricken Ned, who'd raised himself to a sitting position. Nice moves, Mr. Coates. You didn't learn them in the watch, I know that. Anything we need to discuss? Care to tell me where you were last night? Morphic Street, maybe. Day off, muttered Ned, rubbing his jaw. Right. None of my business. Seems to me we failed to hit it off, Ned. That's right. You think I'm some kind of spy. I know you're not John Keel. Vimes kept his face perfectly impassive, which was, he realized, a complete giveaway in itself. Why do you say that? I don't have to tell you. You ain't a watch sergeant either, and you were lucky just now. That's all I'm saying. Ned got to his feet as the other watchman filed out into the yard again. Vimes let him go and turned his attention to the men. None of them had ever been taught anything. They learned to a greater or usually a lesser extent from one another, and Vimes knew where that road went. On that road, coppers rolled drunks for their small change and assured one another the bribes were just perks. And it got steadily worse.
Is there no crucifix for this place?
It was all for getting recruits out on the street, but you had to train them first. You needed someone like detritus bellowing at them for 6 weeks and lectures about duty and prisoners' rights and the service to the public. Then you could hand them over to the street monsters who told them all the other stuff, like how to hit someone where it wouldn't leave a mark and when it was a good idea to stick a metal soup plate down the front of your trousers before attending to a bar brawl. If you were lucky and they were sensible, they found somewhere between impossible perfection and the pit where they could be real coppers. Slightly tarnished because the job did that to you, but not rotten. He formed them into 2 rows and set them attacking and defending. It was dreadful to watch. He let it go on for 5 minutes. All right, he said, clapping his hands. Very good indeed. When the circus comes to town, I'll definitely recommend you. The men sagged and grinned sheepishly as he went on. Don't you know any of the moves? The throat slam, the red-hot poker, the rib rattler. Say I'm coming at you with a big club. What do you do? Run away, Sarge, said Piglet. There was laughter. How far can you run? Got to fight sometime. Lance Corporal Coates. Ned Coates had not been taking part. He'd been leaning against the wall in a sort of stationary swagger, watching the sad show with disdain. Sarge, he said, propelling himself upright with the minimum of effort. Show Wiglet how it's done. Coates pulled out his truncheon. It was, Vimes saw, custom-made, slightly longer than the general issue. He took up station in front of the constable with his back very expressively towards Vimes. What do you want me to do, Sarge? He said over his shoulder. Show him a few decent moves. Take him by surprise. Right you are, Sarge. Vimes watched the desultory clatter of sticks. 1, 2, 3. And around came Ned, truncheon whistling through the air. But Vimes ducked under the blow and caught the man's arm in both hands, twisting it up behind his back and bringing his ear into immediate conjunction with Vimes' mouth. Not quite unexpected, sunshine. Now, we're both gonna keep grinning because the lads are laughing at our Ned. Isn't he a card who keeps having another go at good old Sarge? And we don't want to spoil their fun. I'm letting you go now, but you try it on me one more time, and you'll have to use both hands to pick up a spoon, and you'll need to pick up a spoon, Ned, because of living off soup by reason of having no damn teeth. He relaxed his grip. Who taught you all this stuff, anyway? Sergeant Keel, Sarge. You're doing a good job, Sergeant Keel. Vimes turned to see Captain Swing advancing across the yard. He was smaller and slimmer in daylight, and he looked like a clerk, and a clerk who was only erratically careful about his appearance. His hair was lank, and the thick black strands plastered across the central bald spot suggested that the man either had no mirror or completely lacked a sense of humour. His coat in the light was old-fashioned but well cared for, but his buckled shoes were scuffed and generally downtrodden. Vimes' mother would have had something to say about that. A man ought to look after his boots, she always said. You could tell a man by the shine of his boots. Swing also carried a walking stick, or rather, an opera cane. It was just possible that he thought it made him look sophisticated rather than, say, like a man carrying an unnecessary length of wood. It was certainly a sword stick because it rattled when it hit the pavement, and it did so now as he pinned his way through the old targets and straw debris.
Giving the men up to scratch, I see. Very well done. Is your captain here?
I believe not, sir.
Ah, well, perhaps you will give him this, Sergeant Keel.
Swing gave him a faint smile.
You had a successful night, I'm given to understand.
We had a few visitors, sir.
Ah, yes. Misplaced zeal. It does not pay to underestimate you, Sergeant. You are a man of resource. Alas, the other houses were not so
Resourceful.
Ah, yes. I am afraid, Sergeant, but some of my keener men...
Oh, please tell me he
you
fell.
are an
Aw.
obstacle to our very needful work. I, on the contrary, believe that you are a man of iron adherence to the law, and while this has led to elements of friction because of your lack of full understanding of the exigencies of the situation, I know that you are a man after my own heart.
Vimes considered the anatomical choices. That would be broadly correct, sir. Although, I wouldn't aspire that high.
Capital. I look forward to our future cooperation, Sergeant. Your new captain will undoubtedly inform you of other matters as he sees fit. Good day.
Swing swiveled and walked his jerky walk back to the gate. His men turned to follow him, but one of them, who was wearing a plaster cast on one arm, made a gesture. "Morning, Henry," said Vimes. He examined the letter. It was quite thick and had a big embossed seal, but Vimes had spent too much time in the company of bad men and knew exactly what to do with the sealed envelope. He also knew how to listen. New captain. So, it starts. The men were watching him.
They calling in more soldiers, Sarge.
I expect so.
They gave Captain Tilden the push, didn't they?
Yes.
He was a good captain.
Yes, said Vimes. No, he thought. He wasn't. He was a decent man and he did his best. That's all. He's well out of it now. What are we going to do now, Sarge? Said Lance Constable Vimes. We'll patrol. Close in. Just these few streets. What good'll that do? More good than if we didn't, lad. Didn't you take the oath when you joined up? What oath, Sarge? He didn't, Vimes remembered. A lot of them hadn't. You just got your uniform and your bell and you remember the night watch. A few years ago, Vimes wouldn't have bothered about the oath either.
Hey, tall boy.
They were out of date and the shilling on a string was a joke. But you needed something more than the wages, even in the night watch. You needed something else to tell you that it wasn't just a job.
Oh boy.
Snouty, nip up to the captain's office and get the shilling, will you? Let's get this lot sworn in. Where's Sergeant Knock?
Pushed off, Sarge, said Wigwood. Don't know if it helps, but he said to hell with him when he
Yeah,
had the
kick
door.
his ass.
Vimes counted heads. It'd be said later on that all of the watch house stayed on. They hadn't, of course. Some had slipped away. Some hadn't come back on duty at all. But it was true about Keel and the line. Okay, lads, it's like this. You know what's been going on. I don't know about you, but I don't like it. Once you get troops on the street, it's only a matter of time before it goes bad. Some kid throws a stone. Next minute there's houses on fire and people getting killed. What we're doing is to try and keep the peace. That's our job. We're not going to be heroes. We're just going to be normal. Now, he shifted position. It might just be that someone will say we're doing something wrong. So, I'm not going to order you. He drew his sword and scratched a line across the mud and stones. If you step over the line, then you're in. If you don't, And that's fine. You didn't sign up for this, and I doubt that there will be any medals, whatever happens. I'll just ask you to go and wish you the best of luck. It was almost depressing how quickly Lance Constable Vimes crossed the line. Fred Colon came next, and Waddy and Billy Wiglet and Spatchcock, Fullweather and Moist and Leggy Gaskin and Horace Nancy Ball and Curry, wasn't it, and Evans and Pants. A dozen crossed the line. The last few with the reluctance caused by a battle between peer pressure and a healthy regard for their skin. A few others, more than Vimes had hoped, evaporated at the back. That left Ned Coates. He crossed his arms. You're all bloody mad. We could use you, Ned. I don't want to die, and I don't intend to. This is stupid. There's barely a dozen of you. What can you do? All that stuff about keeping the peace. It's rubbish, lads. Coppers do what they're told by the men in charge. It's always like that. What you do when the new captain comes in, eh? And who are you doing this for? The people? They attack the other houses, and that's the... What had the Night Watch ever done to them? Nothing. There you are, then. I mean, the Watch did nothing, and that's what hurt them. What could you do, then? Arrest Winder? Vimes felt he was building a bridge of matchsticks over a yawning abyss, and now he could feel the chilly winds below him. He'd arrested Veterinary back in the future. Admittedly, the man had walked free after what passed for the due process of law. The City Watch had been, well, was going to be, big enough and strong enough and well-connected enough to actually arrest the ruler of the city. How had they ever got to that stage? How had he even dreamed that a bunch of coppers could slam the cell door on the boss? Well, perhaps it had started here. Lance Constable Vimes was watching him intently. Of course we can't, but we ought to be able to. Maybe one day we will. If we can't, then the law isn't the law. It's just a way of keeping people down. Looks like you've woken up and smelled the khaki, because that's exactly what you're in. Sorry, lads, but you're going to die. That's what'll happen if you tangle with real soldiers. Hear about Dolly's sisters last night? 3 dead, and they weren't even trying. Oh, come on, Ned. No one's going to have a go at us if we're just patrolling. Patrolling for what? To keep the peace? What will you do when there's no peace left to keep? Well, I'm not going to stand around and see you get killed. I'm off. He turned and strode out of the yard and into the watch house. You bloody fool. You...
What you do when there's no peace to keep is to start making the peace yourself. Make your own peace to keep. Eventually, enough time, there will be peace to keep.
Right, Vimes thought. I just wish you weren't so right. Still with us, lads, he said to the group caught behind the line. That's right, Sarge, said Lance Constable Vimes. The rest of the volunteers seemed slightly less certain. Are we gonna get killed? Said Wiglet. Who says it's gonna come to a fight? Said Vimes, watching Coates retreating back. Wait a moment, I want a word with Ned. Got the shilling, Sarge, Snouty announced, advancing across the yard. And the captain wants a word with you. Tell him I'll be up in a few. It's the new captain. He's here already. Keen, military, not the...
I need to get out of this.
Sarge.
Need to get out of this. Need to get out. Oh god. Oh boy.
And angular and cheery for this. Vimes thought bitterly. I'd say you do this and you do that. And all I had to do was fret and deal with the sodden politics. Get Fred to swear the men in. And tell the officer I'll be with him shortly. He ran through the watch house and out the front door. There were a lot of people in the street, more than usual. It wasn't a mob as such. It was just Ankh-Morpork's famous mob, the state you got just before a real mob happened. It spread across the city like web and spider, and when some triggering event happened, twanged its urgent message through the streets and thickened and tightened around the spot. The Dolly Sisters massacre had got around, and the numbers had grown in the telling. Vimes could sense the tension in the web. It was just waiting for some idiot to do the wrong thing, and...
Finally being summoned. Hannah the Great. What's so great about you? Yeah, how do you like that? Fuck yeah. Yeah. This is why this is my favorite mace. Come on. That takes care of that.
Nature is bountiful where idiots are concerned. "Coats!" he yelled. To his surprise, the man stopped and turned. "Yeah? I know you're with the revolutionaries. You're just guessing. No, you had the password in your notebook. The same one Diblo was passing out in pies. You must know I was able to get into the lockers. Look, do you think you and Diblo would be walking around if I was a spy for Swing? Sure, you're not after us. We can be mopped up later. Swing wants to lead us." Vimes stood back. "Okay, why haven't you told the lads?" "Things are moving, that's why. It's all starting. Who you are doesn't matter anymore. But you're gonna get the lads killed. They'd have been on our side if it wasn't for you. I was working on them.
You know Spatchcock always drops his sword on his foot, and Nancy Ball wets himself when he's threatened, and Vimesy's simple. Now you're going to stick them all right in the middle and they're going to die. And all for no bloody reason. Why haven't you told them? Maybe you've got friends in high places. Vimes glanced up at the rooftops. Have we finished? Give me your badge. You what? You're quitting. Fair enough. Give me your badge.
Yeah.
Coates recoiled as if he'd been stung. Blow that. Then leave the city. It'll be for your own good. Is that a threat? Not from me. But here's some advice, boy. Don't put your trust in revolutions. They always come round again. That's why they're called revolutions. People die. Nothing changes. I'll see you later. He turned his back and hurried away so that the man wouldn't see his face. Okay, now it's time. It has to be now or I'll burst like Mr. Salsiferous. He'd wanted to do this, hadn't dared to try it because those monks could probably do a man a lot of no good if he crossed them, but they'd all gone too far now. A sense of duty told him there was an officer waiting to see him. He overruled it. It was not in possession of all the facts. Vimes reached the entrance to the watch house and stopped. He shut his eyes. If anyone had bothered to look at him, they'd have seen a man apparently trying to grind 2 cigarette stubs into the road, one with each foot. Thank you, Rosie, for those cardboard souls. He smiled. He thought with the brains in his feet, and as young Sam had noticed, the feet had a memory of their own. Rounded cat-head cobbles, the usual
I'm gonna
kind.
solo this dude. I don't need my
Been
dude.
well set in this part of the city and moved very slightly underfoot. Then, twice before getting to the watch house, his feet had felt larger cobbles. Narrow bands of them where the road surface had been replaced after drains had been laid. Before that, there'd been a similar band, but softer brick rubble, so crushed by cartwheels that it was practically a gully. Few dozen steps earlier, they twirled me around a couple of times, but the last surface before that had been mud. Vimes, who had been walking with his eyes shut, bumped into a cart. Mud, he thought, getting up and ignoring the strange looks of passers-by. That means an alley. Let's see.
I was confused why he was still up for a little bit.
It
That's
took
why he got
20
that hit on
minutes.
me.
People turned as he walked through the streets, closing his eyes when he dared so that his feet could see better. Sometimes he did look around, though. There it was again. The thunderstorm sensation of tensions building up, waiting for the first little thing. People were uneasy. The herd was restless. They didn't quite know why. Everyone he looked at returned his gaze blankly. He stepped onwards. Rough flagstones between 2 stretches of the ancient cobbles they called trollheads. The only place you get those in this part of the city is here, where Pewter Street crosses Elm Street. Before that it had been, big stones, some of the most ancient in the city, rotted by hundreds and hundreds of years of iron-bound cartwheels. That was a road that had been right behind the city wall. Yes. He crossed the pits, still on Elm Street, and then lost his thread. A metal grating on the pavement gave it back to him. Cellar grating. Cool cellar. Coat of arms on it. Worn down. Butter market. Yeah. Go feed.
Yeah. Deirdre was once perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erdtree seeds could not exist. Was once perfect and eternal? What does that mean?
The monks had turned him again here, but long bricks hard-fired in the kiln and a stretch of quite modern flagstones, well-dressed and well-fitted. It could trick you if you didn't know you were in, yeah, Mason's Road. And there were masons here, and they look after the surface. Now, find an alley, mud, but with a lot of gravel in it, because the stonemasons dump their waste here, but this one, well, it had occasional hummocks across it, where pipes must have been laid. Yeah. Now, find squarehead cobbles. He opened his eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where was left on Clay Lane was a block of 3 buildings.
That's so silly
A
when he
temple
says that.
sandwiched between 2 cheap jack corner shops. It was just a temple. Slightly foreign looking, but weren't they all? It looked high Hoplandish, where everyone lived on yaks or something.
Where the hell did you come
Temple
from?
doors were locked. He rattled the handle.
Why would you
in
throw that over
quickly,
there?
Then hammered on the woodwork with his sword. It had no effect. Didn't even leave a mark on the wood. But the door of the shonky shop next door was open. It was a familiar place. Once upon a time, it was his tailor and bootmaker, and like a pawn shop, a shonky shop was always open. Vine stepped inside and was immediately enveloped in dusty darkness. It was a cave of cloth. Racks of old suits hung from the ceiling. Ancient shelves bent under piles of shirts and vests and socks. Here and there, old boxes loomed in the gloom and caught his knees. Piles of derelict boots slipped and slid under his feet. And there was the smell. If poverty had a smell, this was it. If humbled pride had a smell, this was it. There was a touch of disinfectant to it as well. Within a few feet of the door, Vimes was already lost. He turned and shoved his way through grey aisle after grey aisle of suffocating cloth and wondered if anyone had ever died in here and how anyone could ever find out. He pulled aside a hanger containing a greasy, threadbare suit. "You want?" He turned. There was no one there until his gaze fell slightly and met that of a small, glossy little man, totally bald, very small and thin, and wearing some vague clothing that presumably even a shonky shop hadn't been able to unload on a customer. Who was he? Who is he? Surprisingly, the name seemed quite fresh in his memory. Ah, yeah, Mr. Shine. Sunshine Sun, said Mr. Soon. He grabbed the suit Vimes was still holding. Good eye, good eye.
That's the
Lovely
dude
car, lovely
for the...
car. Owned by priest. Very good. 50 pence to you.
What is
Shame
it
to sell
called?
it. Times are hard. Vimes hastily put the suit back on the rack and pulled out his badge. Soon glared at it. I pay already other copper. $1, 1 month, no trouble. Already, I pay other copper. Pay? 2-stripe copper already I pay. $1, 1 month, no trouble. Corporal Quirk. You don't have to pay coppers, Mr. Soon. We're here for your protection. Despite his barely basic grasp of the language, Mr. Soon's expression suggested very clearly that the 3-stripe 1 crown copper in front of him had dropped in from the planet Idiot. Look, I haven't got time for this. Where's the back door? This is what's business. I pay protection. 1 month, no trouble. Vimes grunted and set off along another narrow,
The thrift shop.
line tunnel.
That's where it
A
works.
glint of glass caught his eye, and he sidled crabwise up a choked aisle until he found a counter. It was piled with more hopeless merchandise, but there was a bead-curtained doorway behind it. He half clambered, half swam over the piles and scrambled into the tiny room beyond. Mr. Soon pushed his way to an ancient tailor's dummy. It was so scratched, chipped and battered, it looked like something dug up from the volcanic ash of an ancient city. He pulled on one arm and the eyes lit up. "Number 3 here," he said into its ear. "He's just gone through and boy is he angry." The back door was locked but yielded under the weight of Vime's body. He staggered into the yard, looked up at the wall separating this greasy space from the temple's garden, jumped, scrabbled his boots on the brickwork and dragged himself onto the top, feeling a couple of bricks crumble away beneath him. He landed on his back and looked up at a thin, robed figure sitting on a stone seat.
"Cup of tea, Commander,"
said Sweeper cheerfully. "I don't want any damn tea," said Vimes, struggling to his feet. Sweeper dropped a lump of rancid yak butter in the tea bowl beside him.
Ew.
"What do you want then, Mr. Vimes with the very helpful feet?"
"I can't deal with this. You know what I mean."
"You know, some tea would really calm you down,"
said Sweeper. "Don't tell me to be calm. When are you going to get me home?" A figure stepped out of the temple. He was a taller, heavier man than Sweeper, white-haired and with the look of good-natured bank manager about him. He held out a cup. Vimes hesitated a moment and then took the cup and poured the tea out onto the ground. "I don't trust you. There could be anything in this."
I can't imagine what we could put in tea that would make it worse than the way you normally drink it. Sit down, Your Grace, please."
Vimes sagged onto a seat. The rage that had been driving him sank a little too, but he could still feel it bubbling. Automatically, he pulled out a half-smoked cigar and put it in his mouth. "Sweeper said you'd find us some way or another," said the other monk and sighed. "So much for secrecy." "Why should you worry?" said Vimes, lighting the stub. "You can just play around with time and it won't have happened, right?"
Uh-oh.
"We don't intend to do that."
"What could I do anyway? Go around telling everyone that those loony monks you see in the street are some kind of time shifters? I'd get locked up. Who are you anyway?"
"This is Q,"
said Sweeper, nodding at the other monk.
"When the time arrives, he'll get you back, but not yet."
Vimes sighed. The anger had drained, leaving only a hopeless empty feeling. He stared blankly at the strange rockery that occupied most of the garden. It looked oddly familiar. He blinked. "I've been talking to people today who are going to die. How do you think that makes me feel? Do you know what that feels like?"
What the fuck?
The monks gave him a puzzled look.
Yes,
Oh my.
we do. Everyone we talk to is going
What?
Everyone.
Hold on, wait a minute. I don't think I remember one of those spawning there. What? What? It spawned in like a death bird. It came out with fucking death smoke and shit. I thought a death bird was coming. I was like, what the hell? I don't remember one right here. Hold on. Did that thing really spawn there before? It must have, right? Did I kill you before? Oh my god. One more. Almost. Gotcha. I guess I have killed it. I feel like I had. I just don't remember ever killing that. Why did it come out of the sky? Alright, we'll check this. I had to have gotten this, right? Yeah, Giant Crusher. Okay, so I have been right here. I love messing with this thing. Sounds like an excited squirrel. It's supposed to be, what is this? Hold on, let me get the description thing. Where is it? Supposed to be, it's called, Swiss Bird Warbler Whistle. It's a fun little whistle to mess around with. It's a whistle that you like put in your mouth. Obviously, there are other whistles, you know, you put them in your mouth as well, but this one goes inside, like all the way. It's a weird noise. I have another whistle on the way. It's called a shepherd's dog whistle. I think this one, it only took me like a day to master it, pretty much. The one that I'm using right now. It was kind of difficult to figure out at first, because you have to find the right position to put it in, and you gotta also make the right shape as well. You cannot let it fall from the roof of your mouth. It's really weird and a little difficult to keep around, so it was only slightly difficult for my tongue to like train with. But it should be relatively easy to make just a bunch of random noises and then figure out from there, oh, I can do this and I can do that. Blah, 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 blah. Ah, the wobbler. I am somewhat confident that might be a bird. Really? What gave it away? Was it the part where I said the wobbler bird whistle, or was it the part... Ah! Ooh. Where it sounds like a bird. Or perhaps, just perhaps, you may know what a rock wobble is. A sort of bird aficionado yourself, maybe? And you're just unaware of it. You just have passive knowledge. That might be it, yeah. The word bit. If you ever attack them, they say weird shit and don't do nothing. A curse! Oh no, that's crazy. It's too bad your curse doesn't work. Man. It would be more satisfying if it did, huh? Too bad. You don't get the satisfaction. 'Cause you're an old hag.
Doctor is going to die. Everyone dies. I've been changing things, said Vimes, and added defensively, well, why shouldn't I? Carcer is. I have no idea how things are going to turn out. I mean, does it change history even if you just tread on an ant? For the ant, certainly. Sweeper waved a hand. I told you, Mr. Vimes, history finds a way. It is like a shipwreck. You are swimming to the shore. The waves will break whatever you do. Is it not written? The big sea does not care, but the little fishes swim. People die in their due time.
Keo didn't. Casa mugged the poor
Why is this
devil.
one in the wall?
His due time in this present.
Why was that in the wall?
He will play his part in the other one, Mr. Vimes. Eventually, you will reach the shore. You must. Otherwise, there is no shore.
No. There's got to be more. I'm not swimming. I'm drowning. It was fun, you know, at first. Like a boy's night out. Feeling the street under my boots again, but now... What about Sybil? Are my memories real? What I know is she's a girl living with her dad. Is there somewhere where she's my wife, having my child? I mean, really, is it all in my mind? Can you prove it? Is it happening? Will it happen? What is real?
The monks were silent. Sweeper glanced at Q,
Many
who
questions.
shrugged. He glanced rather more meaningfully, and this time Q made that dismissive little wave of the hand which is someone signalling, all right, against my better judgment. Then Sweeper said, Yes, I think we can help, Commander. You want to know there's a future.
Oh, that one's made of gold.
You
Uh-oh.
want to hold
Yeah.
it in your hand. You want to feel the weight of it. You want one point to navigate by.
Oh, they're both made of gold.
To steer for. Yes, I think we can help you there. But you climb back over that wall and
Am I able to get these guys' armor?
He sees it through to the end. He gives the orders he feels are right, and they will be the right orders. He holds the line. He does the job.
He's not the only one.
Yes, Commander Vimes has a job in hand too.
Don't worry. I'm not leaving Casa behind.
Good. We will be in touch.
Vimes tossed the stump of his cigar aside and looked up at the wall. All right, I'll see it through. But when the time comes...
We will be ready. Just so long as you...
He stopped. There was a subtle sound, scaly in its way, a sort of silicon slither. My goodness, said Q. Vimes looked down. The cigar butt still smouldered, but around it, the garden of inner city tranquility was moving. Pebble sliding over tiny pebble. A large water-rounded rock floated gently around, spinning. Then Vimes became aware that the whole garden was spinning, turning on the little wisp of smoke. A spent match sailed past, rolling from one stone to the stone like a scrap of food passed from ant to ant. Is it meant to do that?
In theory, yes. I should leave right now, Mr. Vimes.
Vimes took one last look at the moving garden, shrugged, and then heaved himself over the wall. The two monks stared. The tide of little stones was gently pushing the stub into the center. Astonishing. He's part of the pattern now. I don't know how you manage it.
I'm not doing it. Joe, can we? No more time shifting. It's caused enough trouble. Fair enough. Then I'll need to send out search parties. The fencers, the bent jewelers, the pawn shops. We will find it. I understand our friend. The job is not enough. He needs one real thing, and I know what that is.
They looked again
His
at the
wife?
turning, shifting garden and felt the fingers of history spreading out and into the world. Vimes tried not to run back to the watch house, because too many people were standing around in nervous groups, and even a running uniform could be risky. Besides, you didn't run for officers. It was a sergeant. Sergeant walked with a measured tread, To his mild surprise, the men were still out in the yard. Someone had even hung up with swordsmanship targets, which would certainly be helpful if the watchmen were faced with an enemy who was armless and tied to a pole. He climbed the stairs. The captain's door was open, and he saw that the new man had repositioned his desk so that he could see out onto the landing and down the stairs. Not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. An officer shouldn't see what was going on. He should rely on his sergeants to tell him what was going on. That way, things ran smoothly. This man was keen. Oh dear. The new captain looked up. Oh, good grief, Vimes thought. It's bloody Rust this time around. And it was indeed the Honourable Ronald Rust, the god's gift to the enemy, any enemy, and a walking encouragement to desertion. The Rust family had produced great soldiers by the undemanding standards of deduct your own casualties from those of the enemy, and if the answer's a positive number, it was a glorious victory, school of applied warfare. But Rust's lack of any kind of military grasp was matched only by his high opinion of the talent he in fact possessed only in negative amounts. It hadn't been Rust last time. He vaguely remembered some other dim captain. All these little changes, what will they add up to? I bet he's only just been made a captain. Just think of the lives I could save by accidentally cutting his head off right now. Look at those blue eyes, that stupid curly moustache. And he's only gonna get worse. Are you feeling? Yes, sir. I sent an order for you to come up here an hour ago, man. Yes, sir. But I've been on duty all night and morning, and there's been rather a lot to attend to. I expect an order to be obeyed promptly, Sergeant. Yes, sir. So do I, sir. That's why. Discipline starts at the top, Sergeant. The men obey you, you obey me. I obey my superiors. Rust had the same firm grip of common politeness, too. What's all that going on in the yard? Vimes steered according to the prevailing wind. Bit of morale building, sir. Instilling a bit of esprit de corps. And immediately hit a reef. Rust raised his eyebrows. Why? The men's job is to do what they're told, as is yours. A group hug is not part of the arrangement, is it? A bit of camaraderie helps the job along, sir, in my experience. Are you eyeballing me, Kill? No, sir. I am wearing an expression of honest doubt, sir. Eyeballing is about 4 steps up, right after looking at you in a funny way, sir. By standard military custom and practice, sir, sergeants are allowed to go all the way up to an expression of acute, "What's that pip on your stripes, man?" Means sergeant-at-arms, sir. They were a special kind of copper. The captain grunted and glanced at the papers in front of him. Lord Winder has received an extraordinary request that you be promoted to lieutenant, Sergeant. It's come from Captain Swing of the Particulars, and his lordship listens to Captain Swing. Oh, and he wants you to be transferred to the Particulars. Personally, I think the man is mad. I'm 100% behind you there, sir. You do not wish to be a lieutenant? No, sir. Too long for Dick and too short for Richard, sir, said Vimes, focusing on a point a few inches above Rust's head. What? Neither one thing nor t'other, sir. Oh, so you'd like to be a captain, eh? Said Rust, grinning evilly. No, sir. Don't want to be an officer, sir. Get confused when I see more than one knife and fork on the table, sir. Well, you certainly don't look like officer material to me, Sergeant.
Oof.
No, sir. Thank you, sir. Good old Rust. Good young Rust. The same unthinking rudeness masquerading as blunt speaking. The same stiff-neckedness. The same petty malice. Any sergeant worth his salt would see how to make use of that. Wouldn't mind transferring to the particulars, though, sir, he volunteered. It was a bit of a gamble, but not much. Rust's mind was reliable. I expect you would like that, Keel. No doubt you ran rings around that old fool, Tilden, and don't fancy the idea of a captain with his finger on the pulse, eh? No, you can damn well stay here. Understand? Wonderful, thought Vimes. Sometimes it's like watching a wasp land on a stinging nettle. Someone's gonna get hurt, and I don't care who. Yes, sir, he said, eye still staring straight ahead. Have you shaved today, man? Excuse shaving, sir. Doctor's orders. Been sewn up on her face, sir. Could shave one half, sir. He remained at eye front while Rust grudgingly stared at him. The cut was still pretty livid, and Vimes hadn't dared look under the patch yet. Get yourself in the face with your own bell, did you? Vimes' fingers twitched. Very funny, sir. Now, go and get the men fell in, Keel. Look sharp. I shall inspect them in a moment, and tell that idiot with the flat nose to clear the stable. Sir, my horse will be arriving shortly. I don't want to see that disgusting old screw in there. What? Turn out Marilyn, sir? That was an order. Tell him to jump to it. What do you want us to do with her, sir? I don't care. You're the sergeant. You've had an order. Presumably they're knacker men. People around here must eat something, no doubt. Vimes hesitated for a moment. Then he saluted. Right you are, sir. Do you know what I saw on the way here, Sergeant? Couldn't say, sir, said Vimes, staring straight ahead. People were building barricades, Sergeant. Sir, I know you heard me, man. Well, it's to be expected, sir. It's happened before. People get jumpy. They hear rumors of mobs and out-of-control soldiers, and they try to protect their street. It is a flagrant challenge to government authority. People can't take the law into their own hands. Well, yes, but these things generally run their course. My gods, man, how did you manage to get promoted? Vimes knew he should leave it at that. Rust was a fool, but at the moment he was a young fool, which is more easily excused. Maybe it was just possible, if caught early enough, that he could be upgraded to an idiot. Sometimes it pays to. Last night, every watch house in this city was mobbed, said Rust, ignoring him. Except this one. How do you account for that? His mustache bristled. Not being attacked was definite proof of Vimes' lack of moral fiber. It was just a case of... Apparently a man attempted an assault on you. Where is he? I don't know, sir. We bandaged him up and took him home. You let him go? Yes, sir. He was. But Rust was always a man to interrupt an answer with a demand for the answer he was in fact interrupting. Why? Sir, because at that time I thought it prudent to. 3 watchmen were killed last night. Did you know that? There were gangs running the streets. Well, martial law has been declared. Today, we're going to show them a firm hand. Get your men together, now. Vimes saluted, turned about, and walked slowly down the stairs. He wouldn't have run for a big clock. Firm hand. Right. Gangs roaming the streets. Well, we sure as hell never did anything when there were criminal gangs roaming the streets. When you've got madmen and idiots on either side and everything hangs in the balance, well, trouble is always easy to find, especially when you have enough people looking for it. One of the hardest lessons of young Sam's life had been finding out that the people in charge weren't in charge. It had been finding out that governments were not, on the whole, staffed by people who had a grip, and that plans were what people made instead of thinking. Most of the watchmen were clustered around the stairs. Santi was quite good at internal communications of a worrying kind. Tidy yourself, lads.
Ah, damn it.
Captain will be down in a few minutes. Apparently, it's time for a show of strength.
I hate how I'm still able to be hit
Wait,
despite being the
Billy,
cloud.
what happens is the vicious revolutionaries take one look at us and scuttle off back to their holes. He was immediately sorry he'd said that. Billy hadn't learned irony. I mean, we just give the uniforms an airing.
But we'll get cheesed.
Not if we stick together, said Sam. Right. After all, we're heavily armed men going on patrol among civilians who are, by law, unarmed. If we're careful, we shouldn't get too badly hurt. Another bad move. Dark sarcasm ought to be taught in schools, he thought. Besides, armed men could get into trouble if the unarmed civilians were angry enough, especially if there were cobblestones on the street. He heard the distant clocks strike 3. Tonight, the streets would explode. According to the history books, it would be one shot that did it, round about sunset. One of the foot regiments would be assembled in Henry Chicken's field, awaiting orders.
Oh, come on, yeah, fucking right.
Troops always drew an audience. Impressionable kids, the inevitable ankle-ball floating street crowd, and, of course, the ladies whose affection was extremely negotiable.
Ew.
The crowd shouldn't have been there, people said afterwards. But where should they have been? The field was a popular spot. It was the only vaguely green space in that part of the city. People played games there, and, of course, there was always the progress of the corpse on the gibbet to inspect. And the men were troops, ordinary foot soldiers, people's sons, husbands, taking a bit of a rest and having a drink. Oh, that was right. Afterwards, it was said that the troops were drunk, and that they shouldn't have been there. Yeah, that was the reason. No one should have been there. But they were. And when that captain got an arrow in his stomach and was groaning on the ground, some of the crossbowmen fired in the direction of the shot. That's what the history books said. They fired at the house windows where people had been watching. Perhaps the shot had come from one of them. Some arrows fell short. Some did not. And there were people who fired back. Then, one after another, horrible things would happen. By then, it was too late for them not to. The tension would unwind like a huge spring scything through the city.
Oh boy.
There were plotters. There's no doubt about it. Some had been ordinary people who'd had enough.
Wait, what's
Some
that?
were young people
Whoa.
with no money who objected to the fact that the world was run by old people who were rich. Some were in it to get girls. Some had been idiots as mad as swing, with a view of the world just as rigid and unreal, who were on the side of what they called people. Vimes had spent his life on the streets and had
How do I do
men
that?
and
I want to
fools.
do that move.
People who'd steal a penny from a blind beggar, and people who performed silent miracles or desperate crimes every day behind the grubby windows of little houses. He'd never met the people. People on the side of the people always ended up disappointed in any case. They found out that the people tended not to be grateful or appreciative or forward-thinking or obedient. The people tended to be small-minded and conservative and not very clever and were even distrustful of their own cleverness. And so the children of the revolution were faced with the age-old problem.
Hell yeah, because
It wasn't that you had the wrong kind of government, which was obvious. But what you had was the wrong kind of people. As soon as you saw people as things to be measured, they didn't measure up. What would run through the streets soon enough wouldn't be a revolution or a riot. It'd be people who were frightened and panicking. It was what happened when the machinery of city life faltered. The wheels stopped turning and all the little rules broke down. When that happened, humans were worse than sheep. Sheep just ran. They didn't try to bite the sheep next to
This
them.
one should follow, but I don't think it'll
By
shoot
sunset,
3.
a uniform would automatically be a target. Then it wouldn't matter where a watchman's sympathies lay. He'd be just another man in armor.
It's only one at
What?
a time.
He said, snapping back to the present.
You all right, Sarge?
Said Corporal Colon. Said Vimes as the real world slowly returned.
You were well away, staring at nothing you were. You ought to have had a proper night's sleep last night, Sarge.
There's plenty of time to sleep in the grave, said Vimes, looking at the ranks of the watch.
Yeah, I heard that, Sarge, but no one wakes you up with a cup of tea. I've got 'em lined up for you, Sarge.
Fred had made an effort, Vimes could see. So had the men themselves. He'd never seen them looking quite so formal. Usually they had a helmet and a breastplate apiece. Beyond that, equipment was varied and optional. But today, at least, they looked neat. Shame about the heights. No man could easily inspect a row that included Wiglet at one end and Nancy Ball at the other. Wiglet was so short that he'd once been accused of naveling a sergeant, being far too short to eyeball anyone, while Nancy Ball was always the first man on duty to know when it was raining. You had to stand well back to get both of them into vision without eye strain. Well done, lads, he managed. Heard Rust coming down the stairs. It must have been the first time
They do so
Rust
much
was in
damage.
command in full. In the circumstances, he bore up quite well. He simply sighed. He turned to Vimes and said, "I require something to stand on." Vimes looked blank. "Sir, I wish to address the men in order to inspire them and stiffen their resolve. They must understand the political background to the current crisis."
Oh, we know all about Lord Winder being a loony, sir.
Said the voice cheerfully. Frost nearly formed on Rust's forehead. Vimes drew himself up. "Squad, dismiss!" he shouted, then leaned towards Rust as the men scuttled away. "A quiet word, sir."
Did that man really just say?
"Yes, sir. These are simple men, sir," said Vimes, thinking quickly. "Best not to disturb them, if you take my meaning." Rust inserted this into his range of options. Vimes could see him thinking. It was a way out, and it suited his opinion of the watch in general. It meant that he hadn't been cheeked by a constable. He'd merely dealt with a simpleton. "They know their duty, sir," Vimes added, for reinforcement. "Their duty, Sergeant, is to do what they're told." "Exactly, sir." Rust stroked his moustache. "There is something in what you say, Sergeant, and you trust them?" "As a matter of fact, sir, yes." "Well, we will make a circuit of the surrounding streets in 10 minutes. This is a time for action. Reports are disturbing. We must hold the line, Sergeant." And he
Hold the
believes
line.
it, thought Vimes. He really does.
Meh. I haven't been summoned in a while. I think it's dead at the moment. Just about that time to get off. Streaming 5 hours. Yep. That was a shorter stream. Usually I stream longer. Jack, that was a short stream? You've been streaming for a whole 5 hours. Yes. I do be streaming a long time usually. But, Yeah, with that being said, that's the end of the stream. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed if you did. Hope you had a relaxing stay. Hope you enjoyed the voice of Alex Graham. And if you're ever interested in any other books that he might do a read on, well, I suggest that you go and give a little subscribely to him on the YouTubes. I hope to see you in the next one. Later, y'all.